are widening. As these spreads are widening, of course, there is fear that capital outflows might also increase. So what do we do as a way forward for Africa, facing a number of challenges, as has been highlighted by through several fora and by several speakers? I think that policymakers need to strengthen the capacity to absorb shocks because they are going to become more frequent. This is not going to be the last, especially the weather shocks. They are going to become more frequent, so the capacity to absorb shocks needs to be strengthened while also seizing opportunities to generate inclusive and productivity enhancing growth. I will go through like a few, if you allow me, some of these measures. The very first one, because we are in a time of instability, and you can't have growth if you have instability. So the very first, most critical issue is how to stabilize and overcome the inflation issue, or disease, as we call it. And this is a big challenge, because it's not an issue of just going to the market and stabilize. There are fears of stagflation, and that means very high inflation and very low growth, which central banks are facing. And so they have to be balancing between how do we actually manage inflation, but also not hurt the growth prospects that had started coming up after the pandemic.
And that's very tricky because, as central banks continue to raise interest rates, it means that that also trickles down to the last businessman on whom the country depends on, to collect revenue and, to grow.
Exactly. That's why it's a major dilemma. But the dilemma now seems to be shifting to let's first anchor inflation expectations to restore price stability. Because the very foundation of even making sure that the businessman can grow, making sure that inflation hurts the poor most. So even not doing anything and just sitting and allowing inflation, you're already hurting the poor. So managing inflation and making sure that it's controlled should be the first point of action. I mean, different countries can do different things because around the continent we have different monetary frameworks. Like, for example, places like Uganda where you have inflation targeting, probably the first point is to see to hike interest rates as has been done so that you can get back into your inflation target. But a combination of restrictive monetary policy has to be made with a fiscal policy to be able to ensure that there is that balance. Then for countries that have are not so much bent on inflation targeting, they can use a combination of restrictive monetary policy and fiscal policy and to ensure that they bring back the balance. Then for other countries like the Central African Monetary Union, the West African Monetary Union, where actually the exchange rate is fixed, then monetary policy has no role. Fiscal policy has to do all the work of stabilizing, and you can see how difficult that can be.
Yeah, Rachel, can I just hold you there as we continue? I gave Rachel some time because all of us, all across the world, it's not only Africa, these very, very tough decisions are being made by the central bank to manage imported inflation, including increasing interest rates to push back on inflation. Of course, the central bank has been hit back by, some economists that is not the best decision to do. And that means that also translates to the cost at which you go to the bank to get money. So when the central bank increases the CBR, it means the interest rate at which the banks give you the money also goes up, and then everything becomes very tough. But yeah, Rachel, we'll come back to you on more of what we can do to really bounce back, including, by the way, leveraging the Africa Continental Free Trade area and the discussions happening at the continental level. We'll come back to that. But Professor Philip, let me come to you, because this is the Kampala Geopolitics conference. I thought we could speak some more politics here. Maybe let me use, yeah, so Prof, I wanted to get your thoughts on where does this war leave Africa as a continent in terms of the geopolitics of it. What we've seen is the West and indeed the Americans have put their foot forward against the war. In fact, Rishi Sunak today faced off with Lavrov in Indonesia, the G20. And of course, President Putin did not show up at the World Leaders Summit. But what we saw was the realignment of forces. Where do you fall, right? Where does your allegiance fall in this war? We saw that clearly at the UN, when the UN was voting against Russia's invasion of Ukraine. In the peak of the war, we saw Sergei Lavrov doing an African tour. They addressed a press conference with President Museveni, after which he headed for Ethiopia. So I just wanted to get your thoughts around, where does this leave Africa? Where does this war leave Africa in terms of the geopolitics and also the alignment to the different allies?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation once again. I was here I think it was here last year, and we were talking about African integration. But specifically coming to your question, where does this leave Africa? A couple of things. Number one, there's a very much of the fact that even Africa is not present in Bali at the G20. It's not a member. That tells you where, where we are as a continent. But since the beginning of the war, we've taken the position that this is not our war. Some countries, of course, and this can be reflected in how the conversation has taken place in the United Nations. Because of the deadlock in the Security Council, the matter was taken to the General Assembly. And so the General Assembly has been really the center of the conversation around the crisis in Ukraine, because Russia has a veto in the Security Council. Now, if you see the number of votes that have taken place in the General Assembly and the reaction of the African countries, the majority of the countries, of course, have been ambivalent. Others have, that means that they have abstained on some of the votes, but others have basically run away. They have not showed up at all, for one reason or the other. The only country which has put its foot down on the conflict supporting Russia is Eritrea. That could also be for the obvious reason that at least I got some inside information that Eritrean ambassador was threatened if he didn't vote for the resolution. And so he decided to say, okay, if you're threatening me, then I'm going to vote against. But that is Eritrea. So, but in the context of the politics, because we need to understand this very clearly, we take the view that this war has exposed the arrogance of some countries vis-a-vis the continent. And I think it's that arrogance which has hardened our position, because the war is taken to be a global war. The European problems are global, African problems are local. This is a problem. And that's why some people have said, look, this is not our war, let these people do their thing, for us we shall watch. But the problem, of course, also has been that we have been affected. The ambivalence has not helped, because the question of inflation, the issues to do with food, issues to do with generally the whole conversation around, even when you talk about the AFC CFTA, the African Continental Free Area, the idea was that we should have started trading freely on the 1st of January 2022, which had been put back because of COVID. but it's only about 36 countries which have subscribed to the removal of internal borders in the context of free movement of goods, out of the 54 which have signed up to the AFCFTA. So we do have serious challenges, but I think we can rebound. And that's also goes to show that we need to do more in terms of, as a continent, how can we suffer from food insecurities? Out of the Black Sea, I was reading recently that out of the Black Sea agreement on the exportation of grain, which was reached between the four entities, Russia, Ukraine, United Nations, and Turkey, the food prices now have fallen by about 16%. About 38 countries have imported something like about 9.7 million tons of food. So the idea here is that we should be, as Africans, we should be doing more in terms of, we have the opportunity to produce. When we come to the question of gas, the Europeans are scrambling for our gas now. With due respect to the Europeans who are here, Senegal, Mauritania, Mozambique. The problem is that we as Africans, we are not putting our house in order, because this really should have given us an opportunity. I normally argue that every time we talk about these matters, people talk about money. Oh, you know, Africa, we are poor. We are not poor. And that's why this notion of African solutions to African problems, you can't leave it on like that. We need African solutions to African problems with African money and African leadership. Because really this requires African leadership, whereby we produce, this is our opportunity now, produce the gas, put our house in order. All these rancor which I see around the continent, the issues in the Sahel, the issues in the Great Lakes region, M23 and all this kind of stuff that is going on. This is not very helpful for us. We should be now concentrating on making sure that we take advantage of the opportunity that this war has provided for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Kaziwe, let me turn to you. You've been closely following the war. We wanted to get your insights in terms of how the war has affected us as a continent, but also what are the key lessons that we learned from it, especially our positioning, you know. Because I know that you're an expert on international relations, so I will have Rachel do a lot of the economics and everything. I wanted to pick your mind on how this war has affected the continent in a political sense, and what that means for the relationships with our allies. You can.
No, in front. Speak.
Thank you so much, Solomon. Good morning, everyone, and all protocol observed. I think it's important to find homegrown solutions, like my two colleagues have rightly said. But we also need to appreciate that the world has since been flattened, like Tom Friedman aptly observes in several of his major writings, that even when we choose to close ourselves like Bhutan did at one time, or as North Korea tries to do, we are living in a flattened world. So events happening elsewhere are bound to affect us. So as we look for homegrown solutions, we also have a role to play in advising the so-called civilized world in managing conflicts. Because today we are talking about Russia, tomorrow it might be a conflict between the West and China. And again, it is bound to affect us. So the outbreak of this war is, first of all, a classic example of the failure by the so-called civilized world in managing conflict. Because we all agree that this is the biggest war in Europe since the Second World War. So the systems created after the Second World War, including the UN, were hoped to be able to manage some of these realities of the world. We are seeing a complete failure in this war. Because, for starters, Ukraine and Russia are both to blame for this war, not on the one side. Ukraine chose to frustrate the Minsk agreement. Of course, it was unfair to Ukraine in many ways, but in my view, I think it would have been better to renegotiate that agreement rather than to raise the ante so high as it did. I also think Russia was ill-advised to start this war, thinking that the dynamics were going to be similar to the dynamics present in 2014 when it took Crimea. The reality on the ground has proved them wrong, and we all know that just after 1 month of the war, the Russian president modified the objectives of the war to liberation of Donbass. After the 1 month of the war, President Putin said, now our objective is to liberate Donbass. But we know that in that long speech he gave before the invasion, the objectives were certainly different. But the realities compelled him to change. So in my view, Ukraine was ill-advised. Russia was ill-advised. But I also think that the West had a role to play here in forestalling this war. Let's look at what happened after the Second World War. Japan were defeated, but the West found a way of dealing with them. Why wouldn't they deploy the same approach in dealing with Russia after the end of the Cold War? Because the failure to do so pushed Russia to the corner to the extent that every time the Western world thinks of something, Russia reads mischief. So sometimes it's just perception, sometimes it is real. But we have seen the end result of the failure to manage these conflicts. Because I think it shouldn't end with Russia. Other conflicts are bound to happen. But how can we forestall those conflicts? Because at the end of the day, are going to affect all of us, including Africa and Uganda in particular. Now, getting back to Africa and how we have been affected, I won't go into the economics because my colleagues have adequately addressed that matter. But look at the conflicts and how they have worsened on the African continent. You know what has happened in Mali, the regime change in Burkina Faso. So we have moved full circle and gone back to the Cold War era, where, I mean, you might think that it's a foreign war, but the war is directly ours. In fact, in my view, I do not think that African nations that have abstained in the UN General Assembly are just ambivalent. They are not. What looks like ambivalence speaks volumes. It explains the complicated times in which they are living. African leaders are trying to play a delicate balance. And it affects us in many ways, because sometimes an African leader might even walk away from a very good deal with Russia or the West just because you think you might hurt the feelings of the other. So overzealous, being overly cautious is one of the implications of this war. So African leaders are overly cautious. And as a result, they are going to walk away from some of the deals that would be good for the African continent. So we are being affected in that way. The conflicts are going to worsen, because if you look at events in Mali, events in Burkina Faso, the global powers have taken sides, have clearly taken sides. But who is at the turn of the wheel? The West. And as a result, they are going to walk away from some of the deals that would be good for the African continent. So we are being affected in that way. The conflicts are going to worsen, because if you look at events in Mali, events in Burkina Faso, the global powers have taken sides, have clearly taken sides. But who is at the turn of the wheel? The English people say, as two elephants tangle, it's the grass that gets entangled. So we are the grass being entangled now in this conflict. So the indecision on the part of African leaders is also a ripple effect of this war. The conflicts that are worsening are also a result of this war. So I think it is very important for us as a continent to think about homegrown solutions and implement them. The issue of being able to produce enough food, because we have much better conditions than Russia, than Ukraine, than most of these countries where we import our food. And most of the grains that we talk about have over time become our staples. There are people here who will eat chikomando day in, day out. So they are our staples as we speak.
Yeah.
But
can I just come in there? Because earlier on you had mentioned a point. Let me ask, does Africa have anything that it can do to put an end to the war in Ukraine? Or, like you said, it's not our war, we shouldn't get concerned. Do we have anything as a continent? Because whilst the world is really getting concerned about what's happening, lives have been lost, millions, families broken, homes destroyed, businesses gone down. Like you said, the world has been flattened. Does Africa as a continent have a place in pushing back against the war or putting an end to the war?
I think in international relations and politics, there's what they call idealism and realism. The reality of the matter is that our support in ending this war is limited. It's limited. It's limited, as a matter of fact, because, it's a high-tech war if you follow the war. So where do we fall? So if we want to become big players in the future, because I'm saying this is not the last war we are going to have. The other time, China was being provoked, and President Joe Biden is just trying to manage the situation if you followed in the last few hours. So what do you bring on the table to be able to influence? I think that's what we have got to do. Countries like Indonesia were not powerful 50 years ago. We are not able to influence. You said in your introductory remarks here that Putin is not attending the conference. But do you think it's because he just did not want to attend? People like Widodo put pressure on him because he was going to be sidelined if he was going to attend. But where does he get that power? It is because they have reorganized their houses to be powerful, to be able to influence. I think those are some of the things we've got to focus on. If we put our houses in order and we are able to speak and be heard. Let me give you an example relating to China and Taiwan. One of the reasons as to why, despite the fact that China was provoked, it wasn't willing to rush into a war with Taiwan, it's because the microchips that China uses in its tech industries, 85% come from that territory called Taiwan. So if you start a war today, what does that mean to your tech factories, including factories that manufacture weapons? So one of the insurance policies that Taiwan has bought is to be able to develop its technology. It's to be able to sufficiently produce for itself so that it can speak and it can be heard. So I think that's what we have got to do in Africa, and we have the potential. For example, we have the potential to be able to produce food and supply the world market because we have everything. The other countries are doing it artificially. For us, God has endowed us with the natural beauty to do that. We haven't prioritized it. Many African nations have signed agreements and accords compelling us to increase our budgets on agriculture, but we are not able to implement them. We have deliberately refused to implement them. So that's why we keep importing food. For example, if we were big producers of food at the international market, African Union's voice would be critical in matters like this. Because you see, if Ukraine and Russia are locked out, Russia is locked out because of the sanctions. For 5 months, Ukraine was locked out because it couldn't use its ports to export food. So if we could become a substitute, in that case, it would mean we would have a stronger voice, because in that case, we would also be able to say, if you don't do A, B, C, and D, we won't also be able to supply you the food. But now, what are we able to offer to influence? Because you can't just influence because you're a sovereign state. On many occasions, African countries say, we are sovereign, we are sovereign. But sovereign in what? That's the key point.
Wow, I think that's one of my take homes from here. What can we do to actually call the shots? In other words, how do we reorganize our houses to be on the table where we can influence? Wow, quite interesting. Thank you very much. Rachel, certainly there are opportunities for us. Dr. Ken was talking about how we need to leverage, for example, on agriculture. When the deal was signed between Turkey, Russia, and Ukraine, and indeed the UN, to allow Ukraine export grain via the Black Sea, one of the pressures was that Africa was, dying of hunger because, in Somalia, and therefore there was a food shortage. It certainly had a lot to do with destabilizing the supply, the food chain. Before we knew it, about 2 weeks ago, Kenya was downloading about 300,000 tons from St. Henry, which is indeed one of the vessels that Ukraine uses to take out grain. This is an opportunity that we would have used as a continent, because like Dr. Kazwe is saying, we have the fertile soils, we have the rains, and therefore we could have concentrated more on perhaps agriculture to have a solid say at the international global level. What key lessons do we learn, and what can we do better as a continent? And perhaps how do we bounce back? You are still also talking about that.
Yeah, thank you very much. I like the idea of fighting the war by responding to the question of how do we get our voice on the table or heard. From my perspective, the best way to hear your voice is actually to become self-sustaining, economically empowered. If you are not, then you're going to remain a beggar, dependent on other continents, on other sources of produce. As you said, there was even an extra effort to see that grain is gotten out of a war zone so that people don't starve. And yet, day in, day out, we are talking about Africa, in particular countries like Uganda, having the potential to be food baskets. And this has been a song ever since I started studying economics. It has been a song of Uganda can be a food basket for Africa, but it has never been realized. So what exactly is going on? Why can't we invest in this area and actually produce the food? We have, where you're supposed to be producing, you have land wrangles, which means land policies are not actually supportive of agriculture. When you look at things that other people do to actually raise production and raise productivity of agriculture, things like fertilizers, you see the level of use of improved inputs into agriculture is very low in Uganda. And you wonder why, of all, if you you have a very high potential, why aren't these things happening so that you can actually raise the potential? Coming back to my broader fiscal issues or macro issues, when you look at what actually is going into the budget to support agriculture, it's also very much questionable, because very much as when you invest in infrastructure, will also be indirectly supporting agriculture. But there is not deliberate effort to merge what infrastructure is being invested in against agricultural productivity and making that particular effort to raise agricultural productivity. So I think we have a lot of work to do on the continent, because the potential, as we know, as we see, or we've been saying all along, the potential is there, but we haven't been tapping into it. Let me come to the issue of Uganda in particular. How do we boost the agri-food industry in the country? I think one of the issues is to see how do we enhance productivity of the primary production, and how do we access and allow, also encourage adoption of high quality agricultural inputs. This would require, first of all, the regulatory environment, which as of now is very weak, the land tenure system, and the input quality, and implementing the ongoing research. Because evidence is there that when you look at what is going on the research plots of Senaro or whatever, the yields are high, but these are not transformed into the farms, the actual farms. So what exactly is going on between the research bodies and the farmers that is not allowing that transfer of knowledge to be incorporated into the farmers so that we can raise productivity? And given the increasing climate variability and the pest outbreaks, moreover, these two are actually related. You may think that insect is just growing and coming to eat plants, but it's also related to the issue of climate in Uganda. So it's vital to increase the resilience of agricultural systems and rural livelihoods. And that means that farmers need to be equipped with climate smart land use approaches, and the way they use water, the way they use the soils, the way they use their livestock management practices, irrigation, infrastructure, and access to disaster risk information. Because all that will help the farmers then be able to manage the shocks that are coming on board and be able to produce more. Then there is the value chain issue. If I've been producing matoke or maize, how does it get to the level of, which process does it go through to the dining table? And how do we tap into that to make sure that actually maybe the farmer or more people within the country are actually earning out of that, instead of just exporting the raw materials to the rest, to outside the country. So reaping the full benefit of the sector will require strengthening the institutional processes and coordinating with the different stakeholders, because as we know, we have so many stakeholders within the sector, and each one is coming up with a different ideas and implementing in their own silos, and also making sure that the public investments that I've talked about are actually providing the public goods that are required to enhance agricultural productivity.
Thanks, Rachel. That is, I was in Kasese over the weekend, and I saw the power of concentrating on supporting farmers. I went to the Mubuku irrigation scheme, thousands and thousands of acres there, and organizing farmers to grow. I don't know, Honorable, if you've been to Mubuku irrigation scheme, amazing work. Government has invested heavily, indeed, with the support of development partners. The Water for Production under the Ministry of Water has done a very beautiful, irrigation system that supplies water throughout the entire year to farmers, and they're well organized, heavy production, And Mobuku is actually the food basket of that whole region, stretching through to the Toro Kingdom and indeed the Rwenzururu Kingdom and supplying food there. Amazing stuff happening there, and I think that's what you're talking about. In fact, they have subsidies with fertilizers. They're quite well organized, and I was just thinking to myself, why can't government do the same? I'm being short time, but let me come to Professor Kasaija. What we have seen because of the war is the people who used to give us money for development or development aid have now rechanneled money towards ending the war and supporting the war, and that means we have a budget deficit. And that means that comes back to us to look for money to be able to support our budgets, and that then we go into heavy borrowing. You saw what happened last week when the Ministry of Finance issued out a call for bankers to apply and present proposals to give government money of $1 trillion shillings. What does the future look like? What can we do in such a state?
No, we just need to mobilize internal resources and try to bridge the gap. And again, we go back to, let me give you a very practical example. Ethiopia started building the Grand Renaissance Dam in 2012. They never floated, they never went to the World Bank, they never went to the IMF. This is internally generated money. That dam, which is the biggest dam in Africa today, producing 5,150 megawatts. Now, if you understand electricity, 5,150 megawatts is a lot of power. And this is internally generated money, $4.3 billion. That's what that dam is, including prisoners. In fact, I was told that prisoners also contributed to the building of the dam. So which means that we do have internal resources that we can raise. The problem is the trust deficit. Tell me, how many governments in Africa, or how many governments in Africa are ready to be trusted by the people to give them money? And we have seen it even here. I mean, the question of the COVID money. Here, even myself, the Vice Chancellor, we raised money in this university. But what happened to the COVID money? So the question is the trust. There is a trust deficit. The Ethiopian people are ready to trust their government, that the government is going to spend their money well, and they'll account for it. So that's why many of us are very reluctant to give this, to give money. But really the internal resources are here. Now, to put this in perspective, of course, yes, there are difficulties everywhere, even development partners, even donors have difficulties because this war has affected everybody. So wherever the sources of money have become very, 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 very scarce. So, but what does that mean for us? The budget of the entire African Union for 2022 is $651 million. $651 million. That is for 54 countries in Africa. How much is Elon Musk worth? You just think about it. How much is Elon Musk? So the 54 countries, and that goes back to the question of this sovereignty which Dr. Kazu was talking about. The issue of sovereignty. Sovereignty, what? What is sovereignty? What is it? If a whole state, if a whole continent of 54 countries, 1.2 billion people, has a budget of $651 million, and then you have an individual who has more than $600 billion, so who is more important? So these are the things that we need to write. These are the things that we need to write. So even when we are arguing about this whole thing about, dates and sovereign, sovereign, I attend these meetings in African Union and I see how presidents arrive. Presidential jets, first ladies, first sons, first daughters, first this, first rubbish. So the thing is, my problem is how do we reconcile this, by the way, as Africans? I'm actually amazed. And you look and you stand there, you say, but how can these people behave like this? How do they behave like this? So the point you are raising is, yes, the sources of money have become very scarce. So what do we need to do? We need to look internally. We need to harm, but that means that we have to have trust in the government. If you don't have trust in the government, tell me. You raise money for COVID, they steal it. You raise money for Ebola, they steal it. You raise money for you, they steal it. So what do? So there's no way how I'm going to spend my money. I'm going to contribute any of my coins. And with due respect, the Vice Chancellor is here. I will never give back my money because they want accountability. I want accountability. So the more the money sources become scarce, the more we'll get into problems. And that's why we have to go and borrow commercially. Of course, borrowing commercial as a country, it becomes very, concessional loans are no longer there. 1, 2, 3, 4% is not there. So we're talking about 15%, 20%. So you're working for these guys who are you getting the money from. And I think that's why our economies are really in trouble. But you look at our potential. I will just give you just a small example here. It is estimated that the amount of wealth that is still in the ground in DRC is about $2.4 trillion. What has not been exploited? So in form of diamonds, gold, coltan, tungsten, niobium, all these very rare minerals are found in the DRC. But look at the DRC. It cannot even pay for its own subscription into the African Union. It is classified, it is in tier 3. But if you don't know, I will tell you there are 3 tiers in Africa. You have the first 6, the next 10, and then the rest. The first 6 is Egypt, Algeria, Nigeria, Morocco, Angola, and South Africa. Those are the first 6. Then you have the next 10. In there you have Ghana, Kenya. Uganda is the last on that, on the number 10 there. And then you have all the others. What they call all the others, tier 3. So tell me, and you look at some of these countries, these are people. Look, Sarwanja, what can I say? No, let me just stop here.
Wow, thank you. You know, while you were saying that, as going back to how we spent over 2 billion shillings to buy 2 cars for the speaker and the deputy speaker, in the thick of it, that's what you're saying, right?
Absolutely. This is what I'm telling you. And it's not only happening here, it's happening elsewhere. It's not only, well, in Uganda is an exception. Here, oh my goodness. Here, even when things are so difficult, as we are being told to tighten, my belt is so tight, but the others are loosening. So it just does not make sense. I can tell you, I go to my village and it just does not make sense. And say, Kasaija, you're talking about these things, African. What is wrong with you? So, Sarwanja, you live in this country, we all live in this country. But I've given you the example of Ethiopia. The Ethiopians, despite the fact that, well, it's the second biggest country in Africa in terms of population, but they were able to rise, they floated a sovereign bond. Each one bought into, everyone is an owner of that dam. This dam is going to produce electricity, which they intend to sell to Egypt, to sell to Europe, to sell to Yemen, to sell to Uganda, to sell everywhere. It is internally raised money. That's a small thing. 2 turbines. The 2 turbines, there are 13 turbines on the Grand Renaissance Dam. 2 turbines are producing 700 megawatts. What is the biggest dam in Uganda? Karuma. How much does it produce? 600 megawatts. There in Ethiopia, only 2 turbines are producing 700. And it costs us so much in this country. So you can imagine, so it's a question also, and we go back to that animal. Of course, we don't want to talk about it here. It's a question of leadership. It's about leadership. Because if you Meles Zenawi, who had the presence of mind to say, look, if we are going to develop Ethiopia, we need to have electricity. And that's why he started that, notwithstanding all the pressure that has come under, or which Ethiopia has come under from everywhere. But that dam right now, as I speak, is 90% complete. 90%. So you can imagine what it can do. If we had so many other dams which are the same, what will it do? So this is what I'm saying. All I'm saying is that we can raise resources on this continent. We don't need to go anywhere else. But because of the question of leadership, that's why we are what we are.
Thank you. And that's why the AFCTA hasn't taken off.
Absolutely. AFCFTA potentially is supposed to create about 3.2 trillion. $3.2 trillion. This is the size of the economy of Germany. It's the size of the economy of Germany. It's bigger than the size of the economy of South Korea, which is about 1.9, and Brazil. So, but where are we? 54 countries went to Kigali. They signed up to this CFTA. 36 are supposed to be implementing. Even Uganda was supposed to be implementing, by the way. I don't know how far we have gone to remove the internal barriers. Every time I move around, I see, oh, Kenyan goods have been prevented from entering Uganda. But we are supposed to be in a common market. The conceptual understanding of a common market is that you have free movement of goods, people, and services, and right of residence. So why are we saying that we're in a common market? These are some of the things which we need to discuss. But of course, when we raise these matters, oh, you see, you are in Ivory Tower, and well, the Ivory Tower.
The other day, the president was very mad with academicians. Professor, you heard him saying that, where are the professors to advise us? Where are the economists to advise us? And he broke down the numbers, global numbers, the money from coffee, and how much comes to Africa and how much comes to Uganda, and how the professors are not advising him right. You just had the Ivory Tower. Well, I'm sure that you always put out these things, and
I hope you're addressing the professor now.
no, Professor Nwange always puts up these things to you. But thanks. Dr. Kazibu, you have the final say at this. The war in Ukraine has brought people to rethink about their energy situation. The West is really, reinventing, and we're also here celebrating about our oil, which is going to be pumped out of the ground. We expect the first dropout by 2023, and investing a lot of money, about $10 billion in the economy, pumping out about 6.5 billion barrels of crude oil. Are you optimistic about the future of the continent in terms of energy supplies? And what lessons do we learn from the war in Ukraine, especially around the areas of energy?
I'll get to your question in a moment, but first, I wish to reiterate, just like Professor stated, in the short term, we can do internal mobilization, but you've got to work on the trust and the perception of the population. 2, cutting wasteful and unnecessary expenditure. It can save us a lot in the short term. It's not alien to the African DNA. Magufuli did it in 6 years. In fact, at his funeral, President Chakwera said, this man has done things we thought were foreign. So that's possible in the short run. In the longer term, I think we need to focus our energies on agriculture. Therein lies our potential. But for commercial agriculture to thrive all over the world, the governments must hold it like a baby. Because by nature, agriculture is susceptible to losses. So if the government doesn't hold it like a baby, it's going to be left to peasants. And peasants farm hand to mouth. But if we want to engage in agriculture that is going to turn around this country, the government must be heavily involved. And that's the practice world over. Let me give you an example. One time I was doing research in a state of Oklahoma in the US. It's one of those states that engage in a lot of agriculture. And I had an interview with the person in charge of crop insurance. You see, America taught us liberalization. But when you study their agriculture, it's as if liberalization does not exist in the United States. Microcredit institutions that provide monies to farmers are heavily subsidized by the state. Insurance companies that provide services to farmers are heavily subsidized by the state. So in my interviews with the person who was in charge of crop insurance in Oklahoma, he told me that for every $1 a farmer pays to this farm annually, we return 1.2. So he told me, which means it's not a profitable business. But why do we still engage in this type of insurance? It's because the American government heavily subsidizes And I asked why. Then he retorted that because food security is very important for this country called the United States. That's why the 2% of the population, between 2 to 5% of the population in the US engages in agriculture. But it's able to produce food and even provide food to World Food Program that comes to Uganda, and even exports food to countries like Japan and elsewhere. But it's not unique to the US. Go to Latin America, Brazil, Argentina, and many other countries. However, for us in many African nations, we think that farmers can survive like other business people. Agriculture can't thrive that way. Getting to the point of oil. First of all, oil is a depletable commodity. So it's not going to be here forever. So if we all put our focus on oil, we are in trouble. Secondly, history has shown us that if you're not transparent with the management of oil, it turns into a curse. So as we think about opening the first tap in 2025 as we are being promised, the issue of transparency must be managed pretty well. The moment it is not, oil will turn out to be a curse. If you want to understand in detail how terrible oil can be in an emerging economy, I invite you to read that book by Thomas Friedman, The World is Flat.
Isn't the world flat? A round of applause to my panel. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Professor Philip, thank you very much. Dr. Kenneth Kazibwe, thank you very much. And Rachel Sebude, thank you very much. Please go and take your seats. I hope we learned something, right? My take home from today is...
Maybe, Solomon, before they leave, we could just get just 1 or 2 questions from the audience, because once we move on, we may not be able to get those questions. I'm just giving this part only 5 minutes. Help me with the microphone, please. There's a gentleman over here. Make your question brief. Let us know who you are and who the question is directed to, please. All right.
Thank you so much. I'm Nelson Kakumba, I'm 4th year law student. My question goes to Dr. Samuel Kazibwe. Doctor, you say that for us to get something out of oil, there must be transparency. Dr. Samuel Kazibwe, you as a senior journalist, for the years you've been in Uganda, are you sure Ugandan government can really be accountable and transparent to that effect, or we just consider that as a curse for Uganda? Thank you so much.
Let's get the lady at the back.
Thank you very much. My name is Liz Nyanzi, a student at CHUS, School of Social Sciences, pursuing a degree in social sciences. My question would go to all the panelists right now. Thank you for addressing us. But my question would be about implementation of what we have always been talking and our leaders have always been addressing. Because we know and we trust ourselves with the knowledge that we are in a situation and in a country where nothing can be implemented. And the fact that the oil business or the oil initiative is actually a curse and has been a curse and is not going to change. And this project that is ongoing by the government of Uganda should actually be stopped, and the government of Uganda should invest in agriculture, which is what we have as Uganda. It is our pride. So my question to you will be, how much are we going to implement the suggestions our panelists have given today in Uganda for an example? Thank you very much.
All right, thanks. Are those enough? 2? Okay, great. First, let me create some hope that Uganda is a member of the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, EITI, which is a global body that pushes, well, these are facts, right? The way the oil and gas industry works does not work on feelings. There are international agencies that you have to subscribe to and you have to push for it. It actually took 3 years for Uganda to be admitted at the EITI, and there's a secretariat here that is supposed to report to an international body about the update and progress of how the processes are done. I just wanted to give you some information, but to say the least, that question wasn't mine, it was to Dr. Kazibwe. Over to you. And to the panel, yeah.
I think the answer is, okay, thank you. I think the answer is pretty simple. We all know that matters related to this oil for over a decade have been shrouded in mystery. It's not a moot point. It's good you're a law student. It's not a moot point at all. However, governments are like human beings. They work well under pressure. So the onus is for all of us to put our government on pressure to ensure that it does the best. I'm not among those who oppose the exploration of this oil, no. However, I believe that transparency is important. Transparency is important because if we do not do so, it will turn out to be a curse. Let me give you an example. In Kenya, the just ended government of Uhuru Kenyatta refused to release the contracts for the SGR. But now, throughout the campaign, the population put a lot of pressure on government, the outgoing and the incoming. So the incoming government promised that once voted into power, this document is going to be laid bare. Just last week, the new Minister for Transport published the document, and it's the newest debate in Kenya, and Kenya is never going to be the same again. So it gets back to us, the population, that leaders mismanage things because we have allowed them to do so.
Do you want to say something? Okay.
Solomon, there was a question for the lady at the back. I think it's important we get it.
Okay, thank you. Let me just add to what the doctor has mentioned about transparency, but also what Solomon mentioned, that this EITI initiative, which is at least a development in the right direction, and which we should embrace and make sure that we also, as a population, add to that to request for accountability. But there are also other issues, because managing oil does not just come on the plate. You have to have the institutions. For example, we've just been talking about how the fiscal policy, the expenditures are not, some of them are not going into the right places. So if you are going to multiply the number of, four-wheel drives and whatever high-level vehicles, and the number of parliamentarians that we have, and the number of districts, and the number of public expenditure just raising, then we should know that oil monies are going to be wasted. The other additional point is, if we get those resources, and the question is, where are they invested? Someone mentioned agriculture, that's one area. But wherever they are invested, we have, Uganda still has a very bad way of managing its public investments, such that the return on the investments are so low. So if the oil is coming on board and we are going to do the same thing, then we are going to be at a loss. So it is important to build all those institutions, to build the institutions for managing public investments, to build the fiscal framework so that you can be able to invest in productive investments, and then the oil will be useful. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Can I just add 1 second? There's a report that was released by the EITI Secretariat in Uganda, that for those who are interested in the oil and gas, they have published the latest report talking about the investment, who is investing in what, where we are at in the sector. It's a public document. You can find it at the Ministry of Energy and in different libraries, and also on their website. So if you are interested in oil and gas, that report is for you. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Solomon and his panel. I have to admit that there's quite a number of questions that the audience really had for you, but I would ask, let us take note of those questions and we'll find a way of getting answers to these questions. Thank you so much, Solomon, and thank you to our wonderful speakers for joining us and for being the very first panel conversation that we've had today. You can please take your seats. You know, it's very important after having heavy information, you know, taking in a lot of conversation to do some bit of light activity. So I want us to get set to get a performance from the Batwa, and they'll be performing to us something that I've been told is going to leave us amazed at these wonderful people. And I want to believe that we know one or two things about them. So Susan, wherever you are, I hope you're getting set for that. I also want to invite the ushers to please come help me remove the chairs from the podium because the performance is going to be right here. And in the meantime, the next panel conversation, which is going to be on the impact of globalization on the development of sport and culture and creative industries in Africa, should be getting set. It will be moderated by Mr. Joseph Chigozi, who's the General Manager, NBS Sport, that is Next Media, and is also the Deputy Group CEO and Chief Strategy Officer. He'll be having a wonderful panel conversation on the impact of globalization on the development of sport and also culture and creative industries in Africa. So Susan, come over with your team. We are looking forward to having you in this particular time. Ladies and gentlemen, do allow me to invite Barbara, who's going to give us a brief background on what the Batwa are going to be performing, who they are, and why they're actually here today. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, the moderator. Good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen, protocol observed. My name is Barbara Babwetera Mutambi, and I am the Executive Director with the Cross-Cultural Foundation of Uganda. As the Batwa are coming on stage, there is just something little that I wanted to share with you. And I remember in my early days growing up, there was a mockery that was often made against the Batwa people, that if they met you and asked you, at what point did you see me? And you replied, oh, I just saw you when you had already approached me, they would be agitated and fight against you. But if you say that I saw you at a distance, that meant that they were visible and you are recognizing them and they would make you friends. But who are these Batwa people? The Batwa are part of the bigger Bantu ethnic group and are the original inhabitants of the present-day Semliki National Park in Bundibujo, Bwindi and Mugahinga National Parks in Kisoro and Kanungu, and they were also part of the Echia Forest Reserve and Buhoma Forest Reserve found in Rubanda and Kanungu, respectively. They are among the 21 indigenous minority ethnic groups in Uganda, and they form a population of approximately 6,000 people. In the name of conservation, the Batwa were evicted from their ancestral lands, which are present-day national parks and forest reserves, and they have never been resettled by the government, save for a little bit of support from development partners. Originally hunters and gatherers, the eviction of the Batwa has led them to live a life that is so challenging. with their cultural heritage at stake and fast eroding. Their ways of life in terms of lifestyle, music, performing art, food, practices such as circumcision, naming ceremonies, their indigenous knowledge about medicines and conservation have all been greatly affected. And the Batwa, due to their physical stature, but also their rich performing arts, have been relegated to tourism attractions or objects. They have faced stigma and discrimination, thus limiting their access to basic social services. They've lived on handouts for a meal and livelihood. Despite some progress being made with the efforts and contributions of especially civil society partners and other development workers, the cultural heritage of the Batwa is still at stake. With the leadership of the government of Uganda, I call upon all of us as stakeholders to respect the rights of these fellow Ugandans, the Batwa, and to protect, support, and promote their cultural heritage. The Cross-Cultural Foundation of Uganda, in collaboration with Tourism Foundation, Alliance Française Kampala, the French Embassy in Uganda, the European Union, Goeth Zentrum, the British Council, and the UNESCO offices in Uganda are planning on some joint intervention to support and contribute to the lives of the Batwa. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, after that little background, to invite our brothers and sisters, the Batwa, specifically from Kisoro, to greet all of you with a performance. Julius, I would like to invite you and your group to please express your cultural heritage and who actually you are, great as you are, but not seen by majority. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for the Batwa. Thank you so much. We can promise you no one here can challenge your performance. Thank you once again, Susan, Barbara, and your team for that. Now we have to quickly get into another panel conversation, and as I speak, I should also let you know that we have 2 panel conversations that are going to happen, and I want to give you a brief introduction on both so that you get to choose which one you really want to be part of. Now, the next panel, which is going to be moderated by Mr. Joseph Chigozi, is going to be about the impact of globalization on the development of sport and cultural and creative industries in Africa. This conversation is going to be here, so if you choose to stay, do know that is exactly what you're going to be speaking about. The next panel, which is going to be away from the room, is going to be in room 5, and it's going to be on the future of the East African jihadism revisited. The cases of, for example, East Congo, we also have Mozambique and Somalia. I do want to invite the moderator, who is Ahmed Hadiji, who is also a professor, senior fellow, Africa Institute for Strategy and Policy, to please go to room 5 and also carry with you your speakers so that you can start this conversation. And if you're in this room and you'd like to go for that one, I want to give a few minutes for you to actually excuse us. You can take this exit or the exit at the back, and either way, you'll have someone to guide you better to room 5. So for those of us that are going to be staying here, this is what you should know about the next conversation that we are having with Mr. Joseph, and that is the impact of globalization on the development of sport and cultural and creative industries in Africa. Our biggest question is, how do we ensure that the development of the sport and cultural and creative industries in Africa obey market logics that are more advantageous for the African continent to support the sustainable development? Do remember, all the conversations we have are working towards achieving the sustainable development goals, the 17 sustainable development goals. So this conversation is going to be here. Mr. Joseph Chigozi, we are waiting for you. I want to believe you're in the room already. And as always, I want to give the moderator the chance to introduce the panel speakers. But for those that are actually going to be joining the future of the East African jihadism, revisited the cases of East Congo, Mozambique, and Somalia. The conversation is going to really be focused on the already existing challenges in East Africa for quite some time. We've had reports in regards to this, so we want to explore more what it actually means for Africa as a continent, for the countries that are mostly affected. We'll have to, of course, look at how the state works together with, can work together with all these linked groups to achieve or deal with this global concern that continues to wreak havoc on the African continent. In Uganda alone, we've had quite a number of attacks, I would say, and put it that way, and we've lost a number of people. In fact, we are in the days of remembering what happened in November last year when the bomb blasts, were sent out on the Parliamentary Avenue. So if you're in here and you probably lost someone during that time, we do stand with you. And this is a conversation that we're still having. We're having it today. It's going to be in room 5. So now that our podium is set, can I have Mr. Joseph Chigozi to come up here? I need to be guided on this as well, if he's in the room yet, so that we get started with this conversation. Do remember, if you have any questions, note them earlier, then we can always find a way of getting the questions to the panel speakers. Mr. Joseph Chigozi should be coming, and also Mr. Ahmed Hadiji, who's also moderating the future of the East African jihadism, which is being revisited. We're looking at the cases of East Congo, Mozambique, and also Somalia. Ladies and gentlemen, do remember that we are trying to bring all the international debates on the African continent to better understand how they impact us as a continent, and later on, of course, bring it to the micro level and that is Uganda. How are these really affecting us on even an individual basis? So wait for Mr. Joseph Chigozi. I want to believe that he's actually outside. He'll just come from the outside straight to the podium, and he'll be introducing his panel speakers. But if you're here, maybe I could also help to introduce them as we wait for him to take the stage. That is, we're having Rashida Nelmoso, who is the arts manager, British Council Uganda. We'll also be hearing from Peace Proscovia, Uganda national netball team captain. And in the meantime, to save time, if you are one of these panel speakers, please come take over the podium as we wait for our moderator to come take over this conversation. We'll also be having Maurice Mugisha, who is the film director, Andrew Ahura, who's the director of Quad A Records. We are waiting. Welcome, our moderator this morning. We've been waiting for you. Do also allow me invite Nicole Magabo, who is the Bad Mama Jama Films. So, ladies and gentlemen, our moderator and also the speakers are already taking the seats. I know that you're meant to have 5 of them, and we are seeing 2. But I'll most likely hand it over for you to take over. But if you're still there and you're part of the panel, I'd like to invite you to please come over and take the front seat. Once again, do remember our hashtags on our social media platforms, and this event is being streamed on NBS, and also the different social media platforms, CAS, MCI, and of course, Kampala Geopolitics as well, on Facebook, Twitter as well. So allow me hand over to you. Welcome and thank you. You have only 1 hour to have this conversation. Thank you. Unfortunately, no one did, but I'm glad you just did. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joseph Chigozi. Most people prefer calling me Joe. I'm the general manager of NBS Sport, one of the brands of Next Media, but also the deputy group CEO and the chief of strategy. Today, I'm the host, and I have a very exciting panel, which is going to be discussing a very exciting topic. Of course, on my immediate left, I've got Nicole Magabo, who is from Bad Mama Jama Films. And of course, I've got Rashida Nalumoso. I hope I got it right. And of course, she's arts manager, British Council Uganda. And of course, I've got an award-winning film maker, director, actor, Maurice Mugisha, film director. And of course, online, I've got a couple of other panelists, Andrew Ahura, director Quad A Records, who is also joining us online. And of course, those are the people who will be discussing a topic that is very exciting, the impact of globalization on development of sports, culture, and creative arts and creative industries in Africa. These are topics that are dear to us as young people, and of course, I believe the discussion will be as exciting. For those who are following us online, please feel free to tweet This is the Geopolitics, the Kampala Geopolitics Conference. And of course, I'm your moderator today. Wow. I like to say that globalization is something that is true to all of us. We all live in a global world, but we must say that globalization comes with a lot of challenges and a lot of opportunities as well. When you think about development of, for example, sports, by the way, we are also joined by Peace, who is joining us, Peace Proscopia, who is the Uganda national netball team captain. She's in the UK. She'll be joining us online. I hope she can hear us right now. But I'd like to start with Nicole. When you think about this topic in relation to what you do, what comes into your mind?
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Nicole. I'm a writer, director, producer of Bad Mama Jama Films, my company. I'm also Africa producer of Invention Studios, which is an LA-based production company. And it's led by Nicholas Weinstock, who has produced films and series like Severance, Escape from Dannemora, Bridesmaids, Getting to the Greek, a lot of things we've all watched and are influenced by. So when I think about this topic, I think it's a timely one. I think it's a necessary one to discuss. And I hope that all stakeholders in our government, in our country, whether that's viewers, whether that's readers, whether that's us, the creators, I hope that we're all plugged in and are able to have these spirited debates more often.
Thank you very much. I'll go to Rashida, British Council.
Thank you. Hello, everyone.
Yes.
I'm excited to be here, and I hope we can have a fruitful discussion with lots of questions from everyone in the audience. I'm the program manager for our creative economy work with the British Council, and I work across our regional creative economy programs and projects, which means I take an overview of projects that happen on the ground, but also with a global and regional perspective, which is interesting in terms of a topic like this. Africa's GDP is set to go with a growth that's faster than China, 7% in the next 2 decades. We have a young demographic that is young and not tied to the past. In 15 years, Africa will represent 25 of the global under 25s. An example of a platform that has grown exponentially is Boomplay in Nigeria, set up in 2015. It has over 60 million users. 70% of those streamers are from the African continent. So there is a huge opportunity of growth and recognition of young people on this continent who are active, not passive consumers. And I think in terms of a conversation on the opportunities of globalization, it's to make sure we're seeing the shift of recognizing that young people are those active trendsetters, those advocates, and to shift the opportunity of the massive talent potential that we have.
Wow. Very exciting statistics there. Maurice, I know that you've been in the film industry for the longest time. You have, had a lot of exposure when it comes to film in this country and Africa, and that's creative arts. I know that you don't need a lot of introduction, but I'd like to delve into the idea of creative arts in relation to globalization. How far have we gone as Africa? Because now I'm not just looking at Uganda, I'm looking at Africa, a continent of 1.3 billion, the youngest continent. And we're still grappling with all these issues. We are failing to cross over. So what has globalization done to us?
Okay, how do you do, everybody? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Maurice Mugisha. I'm a filmmaker. I am also a creative director at the agency More Ideas. And recently I produced a film called Tembele. Tembele is a film that dissects mental maternal health. And I would like to let you know and let the House know that for the first time in Uganda, a film has been pre-selected to represent Uganda in the Oscars, something that has never happened. I don't know why, but we can't keep calm. We're very glad. And last week, We were in Nigeria in the Africa Movie Academy Awards. I don't know if you're aware about them. And the same film, Tembele, scooped the award for Best Cinematography. And speaking of globalization, it's a term that I rarely use, but I think I'll talk about film. If you look at Uganda, we've been lagging behind in terms of film and the creative arts. But I'll tell you the truth that we are very blessed. We are very creative. We have an abundance and a calabash of knowledge and ideas. And when I flash back and look at an industry like Nollywood, you know they're actually chasing the oil. It's like the biggest, it's the biggest revenue, garden for Nigeria. And just 3 days ago, you realized, now I'm here to just talk about film because that's what I understand. You realize that Wakanda, what you call Black Panther, premiered its film in Nigeria. So one question that came to my mind, and some of those guys are my friends in Nigeria that went through the Afrif, it was a festival. I wondered, and I waited. I kept looking at the clock. Are they coming to Uganda? Are they coming to East Africa? No, they're not coming. So basically, this I put back to you and to the house, that what are we not doing? I usually like to look at the advantages or the privileges or benefits that they're enjoying having a circle that is so humongous like that. And while we sit back and watch, what are we doing wrong? The world needs to know who we are. The world needs to understand tourism.
So Maurice, yes. I agree with you, but the context in which we are looking at this discussion is Africa versus globalization. We're saying Africa has one of its biggest resources in its population, but also the demographics of being a very young continent and very talented. The question is, why are we not harnessing the opportunity globally? You've just talked about the Oscar. Tembele is just one of the few in as many years as the Oscars have been there. The question is, why is it taking us too long? Yet there is no doubt about our talent. There is no doubt about our creativity. The viewer, the listener out there wants to know, why can't we go out there and compete on the global scene? Nicole.
It's a good question, and I think it's a worthy question to have right now. I think we can't leapfrog to the global stage and compete at the same level as Hollywood or Nollywood because we just don't have the infrastructure and the communities that they have. And that's okay. It's just an opportunity now to grow and to improve. I think it's exciting to know that we can only go up from where we are. We have things that we can control and things we cannot control. I think the things we can't control is, when will they notice a Ugandan film the way they're noticing Nollywood films? By Tembele, The other time Rafiki was noticed in Kenya, that's great. One by one, then slowly we'll get capacity. The things we can't control are financing. Many people on this panel, Maurice, I'm looking at you specifically, know how expensive filmmaking is. It is a very elite profession. We cannot expect to be where Hollywood and Nollywood is because they just have way more people investing in their film industry. And that's great. Things that we can control as Ugandans, I think, is for us to have, as we mentioned earlier, paradigm shifts from teachers, from the government, from people who have the power to actually open doors for young people who are interested in filmmaking or interested in the arts or interested in sports. Globalization is, I think, a wonderful thing. It is exposing us to better and faster internet. It's exposing us to better films that help us question ourselves. It's exposing us to stories. Now, I think it benefits our students at the university if they know that there are opportunities beyond graduating that are in filmmaking where you can make a significant career, whether that's financially or that's economically. So I think when it comes to things we can control, and sorry to wrap up, it is going into communities where we can collaborate with each other. It is partnering with other producers, partnering with your friends, going to submit proposals to, people with money.
People with money. I
People
know
with
funding
money.
is one of the issues around filmmaking and creative arts. But I think what's also killing Africa, think about Wakanda. That story, isn't it a true African story? Why did it take us too long to think about it? So is globalization affecting our culture? Maurice, over to you.
Well, hi everyone. This is what I would say. You cannot stop a creative from thinking, I would stand here in Uganda and write a story about the West Indies. And no one will come and tell me nothing. So this is what I would say. As a Ugandan filmmaker, as a growing filmmaker, or any filmmaker out there, globalization has done amazing things, because I wouldn't know what I know if I didn't look at, for example, Wakanda or Steven Spielberg or or Jordan Peele, all the other big producers who are better than us. So I cannot holistically say that what were we doing? She talked about funding, and film is a very expensive genre, isn't it? You cannot stand up and say you're going to shoot a film when you don't have money. So I think I'll talk back to the big guys in big shoes, I'm speaking like a filmmaker, and for all the filmmakers out there, to, hold our hand. We're here. The young people are there. Stories don't end. Uganda is a basket of stories. Like I said earlier, it's a calabash of stories. When stories never run out, look at Nambi and Chintu, look at the Bachwezi, look at all those stories around you or within us. We just need help. We need help from the big boys. So that's the most I can
thank you.
say.
Of course, I just want to remind our listeners and the audience is that we're discussing sports, globalization and its impact on development of sports, culture, and creative arts. Of course, we are joined by Proskovia, who is Peace Proskovia, who is a national netball captain. Of course, I believe that she's, listening in. We want to just get into sports. Every time we talk about sports, I get goosebumps. I see one opportunity. I see money. But in Africa, we see a pastime. We see pastime, just, people playing sport. The world out there has moved. The young people are looking for jobs. I can tell you the economy of sports can employ I'll go back to Nicole. When you think about the creative industry in terms of, the scope, the size of the industry, you talk about writers, producers, cinematographers, name it. But how skilled, how upskilled are we to really start impacting or harnessing globalization? Because that's an issue. I mean, there's no doubt creativity is everywhere, but how ready are we as Africa to compete with the rest of the world? I know funding is a given, but in terms of skilling, are we there? Do we have good writers? Do we have good directors? I know we have one on the panel at least, but how many do we have to try and catch up with the rest of the world?
Surprisingly, we have the skills. Filmmaking, I want to demystify it for people in case they may not know. Yeah. Filmmaking has a lot of components. You have location managers, you have writers, you have directors. Directors are like the CEOs of the entire production. They manage everyone, they articulate their vision. You have costume people, you have production designers, so artists, people who are good with props. You have caterers who provide the food and the water. You have designers who manage the sound design, those who manage, the art design. You have people, editors, who are there after the process has been shot. It's a huge supply chain, and it's extremely viable. I came into filmmaking because I'm a storyteller, and I studied in journalism. I think writing is about reading and rewriting. If you're into costume and you have a sewing passion, you can be a filmmaker. A filmmaker is someone who wants to articulate their story on the screen. So it's possible that we have the skills, but unfortunately, we do not have the opportunities for people to practice those skills. I think that's the key difference. Having opportunity to get your skill practice, to fail, to experiment with low stakes, is missing. And most of us who do have film careers have it because we're exposed to funding, which is mostly private, or loans. So many people in Uganda get loans to finish their films. They should not. We should have investors. We have people who get scholarships.
So why don't we pitch to funders out there?
We do. I know that, producers here pitch to funders, pitch to people in other sectors, but people want to know what the return on investment is. And I think for the creative arts, and especially sports as well, we need to have a long game perspective to know that when you're investing in a person, or investing in a producer, investing in a sports person, that their career is going to be long. And you mentioned George Ware and his son. I want to really answer your question from my perspective. I think you have to remember that to be an artist or to be a sports person, you don't just have to play your sport or do your art. You have to have the right mental perspective, the right nurturing community. You have to have access to opportunity that makes you feel validated. I think as individuals, all of us want to feel that we have purpose. We all want to feel that we're here in this world to do something. And if you do not feel that way in your home, I think you should go and make another home. And that's why we have George Ware's son playing for the United States. I don't think it's a bad thing. It just shows that...
I mean, it's not a bad thing at all. The question is, how is it affecting, the conveyor belt? Why are we not having those guys play for Africa? That's the debate.
But it's also George Ware's son. This is a footballer, a successful millionaire, who is also a president. So the Liberians who are at home, who don't have the access that George Ware did, and you could argue that either he got them, legally or not, that which is not the question today, but George Ware's son is very different. He's an outlier. What about the other Liberians that do not have access to?
And those are the ones we are talking about. How can they see their potential out there? But Maurice, like we said, creative arts is not just film. There's music. There's all these things. Let's talk about Ugandan music, where we think that holding a concert and getting about 50,000 people is enough. How are we harnessing the idea of technology? Our music being sold online, our music, there's that tech and music, discussion, Africa is slow to embrace it. What's happening?
Well, you asked me about music. I'm not an expert, but as much as we use music in film,
There's IP, things like that. I mean, you just can't use music. So all these are interconnected. So we are saying, how do I earn from my intellectual property? Because those are things that Africans probably are not even discussing. Because for anything to grow, IP is so important. But what emphasis are we putting on things like that? Intellectual property, things like that.
well, here in Uganda, I think the whole copyright thing, and I think the whole copyright thing is not exactly taken so intensely here in Uganda. I talk about Uganda because that's where I come from. So I think we need to tighten more on the.
You're an African right now. You're part of the
Exactly.
1.3 billion.
Yeah. So basically, I think we need to tighten our nuts on the whole copyright thing. So maybe our artists, especially musicians, can get to earn more from their music. And also, I think technology took too long to get here. I don't know, but now it's here already. I think it's high time we just
But
celebrate.
I think, Maurice, technology didn't take too long. It's in Africa where you find someone who doesn't earn money holding a phone of about $1,000. So we actually jumped the stages of growth. We went to the last stage, the age of high mass consumption. We actually embraced technology. The question is, how are we using technology to, for example, look for talent? For example, write songs and stuff like that. And because that is going to affect our speed to catch up with the rest of the world. We are going to remain, very medieval. I don't know whether that word suits us. Not all of us, of course. We'll remain behind in terms of what's happening because the cheese moved. Yeah, Nicole.
The good thing we're in a university right now, I think encouraging students of law, for example, who can persist and go and study intellectual property. Because we need people who can create those structures and policies to help musicians. Let the musicians stick to making the music and let the lawyers, let the agents, let the representatives, the managers figure out the business end of it, figure out the technology. Without those people, you can't make it happen. I'm actually here instead of Louis Luanga, who is our only entertainment and intellectual property, entertainment and sports lawyer. He should not be the only one in Uganda who is skilled and learned. There should be other entertainment and intellectual property and sports lawyers. And if we had those people, I think we would see a significant difference in the country. And not just Uganda, but also continent-wide.
Wow. Of course, not all is lost. Africa has a lot of potential. Like we've talked about the things we are capable of doing as Africa. Age is on our side. We are the youngest population in the world. True or false? No, sorry. One of the youngest continents in the world. But also, our market seems to be growing. The issue is, how are we taking advantage of that market? Because 1.3 billion, why are we not selling our creative arts in Africa, for example? So these are issues that we need to now start discussing. But also the ecosystem. She's talked about marketing. She's talked about, copyright. That whole ecosystem. How do we market our products in terms of our cultural art, creative arts and stuff like that? So Maurice, this is for you now. You said we've got a lot of talent, no doubt about it. But how are we leveraging off the ecosystem? How do we market our talent out there?
Of course, learning from those that have already been there, I think we just have to expand. We have to empower filmmakers to understand or give them refresher courses, whether filmmakers or musicians. Because I'll give you an example. Take, for example, not all artists have gone to school. I know in Uganda has very many talented musicians. Correct me if I'm wrong, who have not been to school. Some of them don't even have those gadgets. You get the point. So the way she put it, that maybe good thing that we are seated in a university amongst intellectuals, So maybe it could start from here. We'll create a generation of very, educated, elite, smart people that will change the world in the future. Yeah, so maybe we could be able to feed off the pie or enjoy half the cake, a piece of the cake. Yeah, so I'll also give you an example. For example, for film, we struggle, that's the truth. Out here, we struggle. And I'm sure all other Africans struggle. But my stay in Nigeria taught me that I think they have learned to jump on the ship, on the moving ship. Because already that move that they made, hosting the entire Hollywood in Nigeria, in the Nollywood industry, that really means huge for them. That means they've already established connects beyond in the diaspora, which we haven't done here. So I think that's one of the ways we can be able to feed off.
Okay, thank you, Maurice. I'm told that we have Peace Proskovia online. I hope, Peace, you can join us shortly. We just want to understand you as a professional netballer, captain of the Uganda netball team. What's your perspective of globalization and how is it affecting sports in Africa? Why is it only Peace Proskovia out there? Why not so many of them out there, plying their trade in the UK?
Thank you so much. I hope I am clear enough for everybody to hear me. Yeah, I am Proskovia Peace, as said earlier on, and very excited for this opportunity to talk
sorry about that. We seem to have missed her. But she's one of the few Ugandans who are really representing. I know that she's part of the African contingent right now, and I believe that she represents the talent. But the talent that is not fully actualized, that's the discussion. The talent that is not. Peace, can we hear you?
Yes, can you hear me clearly now?
I think we're having a couple of technical issues. Sorry about that. So anyway, as we wind up, I know we're running out of time. We're running out of time. The discussion is so dear to us as Africans because there is no doubt in the potential we have. I know that the students seated in this auditorium putting on suits and probably have not yet realized that sports is also for people who put on suits. Sports has chief executives. Sports has doctors. Creative arts has agents who really make a lot of money, broker a lot of deals. In Africa, we have looked at these creative arts and sports as that other job. We have refused to embrace it as any other job, any other profession. And that's the reason why maybe we are not fitting in. But that's a story of another day. There has to be a paradigm shift. My last question to you, panelists, is with all that's said and done about our potential, what can we do right now to catch up with the rest of the world, with globalization? I'll start with Nicole. What can we do? Because you've been there, you've done that, you've got a lot of experience, you're well-traveled. I mean, there's nothing that you don't appreciate about this industry. Yeah.
Yeah, I love it so much. Right there in my right is Tutu Sime, who is one of our mentors and fellows at our company. What can we do right now is empower the young generation with encouraging support, with time. If you're interested in film, decide, then move forward. I think what we can do is if we have a supportive government, if we have a government we can trust, who wants to participate as a stakeholder, who wants to tax us, who wants to regulate us, who wants to give policies to regulate our industry, then we need to see participation. We need to see trust building, community building activities. I think we need to empower more young people with what Maurice said, classes, refresher courses. If you're a filmmaker, find your tribe. Find people who identify also as storytellers also as filmmakers. If you think you're a filmmaker or you're an artist or you're a musician or you're a sports person and you're only keeping it inside, it's not doing you any favors. So find the people that identify, do that extra step to find like-minded people. Find them on the internet. My first filmmaker friend was on Twitter. So I think that is a practical thing that people can
Thank
do.
you very much, Nicole. This question goes to Rashida. Governments have something to do with influence around what Africa does and what Africa cannot do. Putting that in mind, are we really affected by any form of influence or politics that has curtailed our involvement or our journey towards becoming a real force in the creative arts and sports?
Yes, there's definitely the politics of government within this conversation, and the need for understanding the drawbacks of funding structures and systems, whether that's at a country level or across the continent. There definitely needs to be more continental integration in terms of opportunities of finance. I'm thinking about the African Continental Free Trade Area and the opportunity to work across our borders to support sharing more of what's happening on our own continent between each other, because too often there is extractive funding that doesn't benefit the young people living on this continent. So we need to look and question what are the strings coming and attached to some kind of funding, and we need to have a long view, as Nicole was saying, around the growth of your career in the creative industries, whether that's sport or art, and acknowledging that film, fashion, music are undeniably the growth sectors in Africa. And so we need to take away the red tape and the attitude that people don't think you can trust an artist to build their enterprise and make a success of themselves. And the young people in this audience are part of that next generation where you need to build your networks, find your tribe, as Nicole says, to show that that is possible and that we can take risk, because actually it's not a risk to go into this sector. This sector is an opportunity.
Wow, thank you very much, Nicole. Of course, you raise very pertinent issues. Of course, very, very fresh ideas. Maurice, as we try and, tell someone out there who is listening to us online, a young person out there who aspires to be the best filmmaker, best film director, what is that we must do? Whether we're going to leapfrog, we must get there. The question is how?
As an African, there's some things that we have to break. Like, there shouldn't be anyone telling you that you can't do this or you can't do that. I believe the power is in your hands. You can do anything that you dream of. That's all I can tell you as a young person. Then also, as African governments, maybe they should switch up a little bit of the curriculums, because just the way they support engineering, science, it's the same way they can, push film, music. I went to a school that was destroyed some time back. They used to joke about music, dance, and drama. You get the point. You know what they call it. Even here, the department in Makerere University.
They call them the boring departments. I don't know who brought that.
I just don't know. Yeah. I can't. And incidentally, I went
when I was here too, those were one of the departments that people made a mockery of. Exactly. I think it was a combination of naivety and lack of knowledge around it. And it spread surprisingly.
Exactly, and that's the department I went through. So I think the government has to, do its, deeds to change. Then also attitude change as an individual, as an African, as you're growing up as a young man, as a young lady, as an African, what do you want to do? Change starts with you. Your attitudes have to change about how Africa is. I'll give you an example of a Woman King you have watched. Woman King, yeah? You know that story is based on the ancient kingdom of Dahomey? You know that, right? So you know Hollywood came all the way to do that film here in Africa. I think that's what I can say. Yeah.
Wow, this is a very exciting, I really like the fact that the Kampala Geopolitics Conference is focusing on things that are so pertinent, that are so close to the hearts of the populace, especially in Africa. The new gold in Africa today is creating Of course, like I said, I'm an optimist. I believe that all is not lost. With these kinds of brains you've seen, with so many people who are listening to us, with the Kampala Geopolitics giving us a platform every other year to discuss these issues. Because when I came here, someone told me, but what are you going to discuss? These things have been talked about for donkey's years. What are you going to change? What we're trying to change is our mindset. We're trying to create more knowledge around creative arts and sport and see how things can change. And I believe the future is bright. Wow. I have less than 15 minutes. Probably from the audience, if you have any question out there and you feel you want to be part of this, I can welcome you. Thank you. Anyone with a question? Wow. When I used to teach in my earlier days, when people put up their hands like this, it showed me that people were actually attentive. So can anyone help us with the microphone? Or you guys are audible enough? Okay, I'll go with her first. Just try and be audible enough.
About us, and we are trying to create movies around things like love that have been told over and over again, things where we are not going to be judged by the quality of what we are doing. So as the movie industry, to Nicole, how intentional are we about tackling issues from a unicorn point of view and telling our story and our identity? But also on the issue of, are we cognizant of issues like climate change? Are we cognizant of issues like women and their representation? Are we cognizant on issues that have sidelined men for a long time? How are we taking this in short run to attract notice from other people? But on tech, this goes to Maurice. I think on the question of tech, how sensitive are we as a creative industry in Uganda, in Africa, to create spaces where I know if I want something African, creative related, I will find it there? How many African unions or African coalitions exist for creative art or industry-related issues to help us work together as a team to attain some of these things in line with tech and everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take 3 questions and then we will answer the 3, then we'll continue. But try and make it short in the interest of time. Yeah. This young man, okay. Are you the young man? Okay.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I thank the panelists for very helpful deliberations. Mine is not a question, a compliment. I want to say that following from the earlier panel, we learned that Africa is projected to have about 42% of the global youth population. And it is very sad that from the same great number of population, Africa's contribution to the global sports and creative industry is only 1%. So I think we need to be more proactive in all fronts and put it to those who hold positions of leadership to relook at our curriculum so that we begin it from the very basic level. The competent-based curriculum to create skills from primary 1 all through and provide avenues for tapping into the youth as a resource. Because the youth are energetic. They have a dream for a future. They have a long future ahead of them. They are very imaginative and creative population. And I think if we tap into that resource, Africa will be transformed. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. The gentleman putting on a maroon tie. Yes. Okay, no problem. Try and make it snappy.
Thank you very much. To begin with, my name is Jawia Kenneth. And first of all, I want to point out to Maurice. You mentioned something about you being out there and saying that, you know what, if you can do something, you should actually go forward and do it. And that is the truth. But to me, the fact is that I think we have to have some things at the back that will promote us or will encourage us. As much as I love arts, sports, music, and this is from experience. My primary, I did arts and crafts. I did a lot of music. Right now, actually, I participate in the MTN Pulse. I am a lawyer, a learning friend. I am so many things. I actually also do a lot of sports. I'm a basketballer. And these are things I love. However, the fact is, these are not things that, for example, my parents would love. And however much I love these things, I also respect my parents. And I respect their decisions because I believe they are coming from a wisdom point of view. So what are you, the filmmakers, what are you, the artists, trying to do to convince not only us, the youth, but also the older generation that, you know what, in entering the film, you're actually going to get something? Because you talked about where he's convinced that sport is actually going to do something. That's why he has pushed. So why is it that only he is convinced? And what about the rest? So I believe that you should not only be forming the kind of decisions or solutions for the youth, telling them respectfully that, you know what, you can do this. We already know that everyone has told us we can do it. The fact is, what are you doing, not only to convince us, but also the older generation? Thank you.
I've got someone here who is very exciting. He's already in the sports sector. And Dan Sport is here. Please. Yeah. No. You want to go first? Yeah, please, go ahead. Yeah.
As we are discussing all this further, asking how African we are left behind, but it's not the way we take it to understand to define the industry in our continent. Because even the European, where we think that Africa is want to say, as Africa, my colleague talked about the new curriculum and education background and such kind of view. But the controversies in the globalization of sports, you have also to look at them when it came to Africa. Because I understand 1952, when we started televised this media, so sponsorship and money came into sports. Therefore, sports Africans, by the time when we jumped on board, we are a little bit behind. Why do I bring this? By the time clubs and the leagues we watch in Europe and those who are most celeb on the global, they were not having televisions, but they had infrastructures and stadiums. So how can we address this to go back on the community base and the ground, like our tradition games and sports, to bring them on board and to involve people on ground? But when we are saying we are globalizing sports, and when we talk about the image of sports, we are looking at honore, televised sponsorship, and this has made the sports to get inflation in terms of development. And this inflation has costed us, where we are seeing even some indisciplines growing up, like corruption, sports betting, and so on. Then where do you expect us to grow? So as you're addressing that, we are not yet behind. We have Africans like Sadio Mane, the Michael Jordans, and so on, who are highly professionalized and have saw the globe. But there's this global new technology we are adopting and are leaving our skills and the industry behind. So that is my submission. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we'll try and answer some of the two questions in the interest of time. We're running out of time. Nicole, there was a question posed to you and Morris. Please take them away. Morris, a young man thinks that you're speaking in tongues. You're trying to talk about a piped dream. Yeah. Take it over, please.
So
Morris. Okay, Nicole first.
I'm not sure if I properly understood your question, but I'll do my best to respond. I have a bit of a controversial take. I respectfully disagree with you. First of all, a point of correction, Wakanda was a comic. That's the IP. And that comic was written by two white men. There's nothing wrong with it, I think. Personally, I don't think anyone should have a monopoly on stories. Everyone here is a human being. We laugh, we cry, we suffer. We do all the same things like everyone in Hong Kong, Australia, Europe does. The only difference is that we have different cultural origins. And if you have
For example, there are Bachigas, there are Batoro, there are Basogas. There's so much that we can draw from. All the other curriculums that were drawn, they are ancient. They are, allow me call them archaic. So we should bring on board, or we should be free, open-minded to allow these new ideas on board. You talked about no one should claim a story. If you are a creative writer or if you are creative, your mind is a vast dome. You can easily think of anything and integrate. There's something called fiction, that's a genre. You can create anything from anywhere, any part. So about the parents, okay, I beg to stop here.
Thank you very much, panelists. It's been exciting to have you in this year's edition of the Kampala Geopolitics Conference, where we've been discussing globalization and its impact on sport, creative art, and culture. I know that this is a very long debate, but join us on Twitter and throw in those comments. It's worth the discussion. We've just opened the Pandora's box. We don't have all the answers. We're simply saying Africa has got an opportunity in a new field. From our culture, from our creative arts, from our sports. Let's embrace it. Let's not be negative about it. Sport, creative arts have proved to be one of those things that can take Africa to the next level. Thank you very much. And of course, we'll continue with the rest of the panelists in this Kampala Geopolitics Conference. Thank you.
You know, we're about to go for lunch. Can the clap be louder than that? Thank you so much, our moderator, Mr. Joseph Chigozie. And I know that we did not get the chance to hear from Mr. Hura Andrew, and this is what he says. He did say that this has been a great session. Thank you. His 2 cents are training the next generation and also making the relevant strategic partnerships. Because of globalization, we now have access to the fast world. Now, these are the comments of one of your panel speakers who was not able to come through, but we do thank you so much. And I want to believe the audience has picked 1 or 2 about this, and hopefully all the other questions during the lunch break, you can send in these questions to our panel speakers. So thank you so much. I would like to set you free. You can please take your seats. A round of applause once again for our panel speakers. Now, we'll be going in for a short lunch break, but it's important that I let you know of the program as the coupons hopefully move around. We are having an amazing session in the afternoon. We'll be having a session on health, key conversation on moving from leadership to partnerships for a sustainable global health. And this is going to be moderated by Walter Mwesige, who I believe is almost here or is already here. We'll be introducing the speakers. We'll also have a conversation on cybersecurity, and it will be about resilience of African states and threat scenarios. That is one conversation that you shouldn't miss. I'm letting you know so that you do not go anywhere. We'll also be hearing about how to defend rights in times of insecurity. As a country, we have very many examples in regards to that: human rights, development, and also security policy. We'll also be hearing from a moderator, Jock Okello. I want to believe he'll be here later, and we'll want to understand Uganda's out-migration trends. A conversation very timely. And finally, later in the evening, we shall have a training for the journalists in environmental sciences and also data journalism. So this is an amazing program, and I want to believe that you won't go anywhere. But for now, we'll be going in for a lunch break, which I estimate is going to be strictly 1 hour. So I expect to have all of us here at exactly 2:30, so that we continue with the day and continue to keep time as we have so far done. So thank you so much. A round of applause for all of us. I think we've done a good job staying up till this time, and I hope you can stay even in the afternoon. We'll go in for a break, but I do ask that you stay seated because the coupons are going to find you right where you are. Thank you. I'll be seeing you shortly in the afternoon. Once again, if you're staying with us here and you're going to have lunch with us, please do stay seated. The coupons are going to find you where you are, and our ushers will try to guide you to the restaurant or place where you'll have your lunch break. See you later.
On the 15th and 16th of November, the 5th edition of the Kampala Geopolitics Conference will be happening at the great institution of Makerere University. The Kampala Geopolitics Conference is a two-day academic event aimed at discussing current geopolitical questions and trends. Experts in Uganda will be joined by thought leaders and policy experts from across the world to engage in participatory debates. The 5th edition of the Kampala Geopolitics Conference is organized by Conrad Adenauer Stiftung, Makerere University, French Embassy in Uganda, UN Women, International and Strategic Affairs, and Alliance Francaise Kampala. Register to be part of the event at kampalageopolitics.com/register or for more details via #KampalaGeopolitics.
Hello? As you go out for lunch, please don't leave your valuables under the seat because we will not guarantee their safety, right? Thank you.
I can't. That's why I want some current format.
turn on your camera, you just tell her you're part of the technical stuff and you're testing.
Hi, Anna. Can you hear me?
Let me ask them to turn on.
Yes, Hannah, you can now unmute yourself. I've given you permission to unmute.
Perfect, thank you. Can you hear me? Hello?
Hi, Anna. Can you? She went there.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, Hannah, please, you now can speak. You can unmute and speak.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect.
You can also test your video.
I'm sorry?
You can test your video.
It tells me that the host has to allow me to start my video.
Okay, okay. Let me get. Hannah, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Can you turn on your video now? Has it been allowed?
No, still not.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, Hannah, please turn on your video now.
Yes,
Okay.
now it works.
Okay, that's good. Just wanted to make sure it works.
Perfect. I will be sitting in a different room later with the white wall behind me, so that should be a bit better too.
Yeah, that's perfect. Hello, hello. Hello? 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 Sorry, Hannah. We're going to have to try again. We need to make sure everything is in place. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hannah, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. Do you hear me too?
Hannah, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Good morning.
Hello, this is Hannah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. This is Christian Happy. Sorry, I'm joining late, but I can hear you.
Yes, Professor Happy, can you hear me?
Hello, Professor Happy, can you hear us? I think you are muted. Professor Happy, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Perfect.
There's some background noise. I'm taking it at the lobby of the hotel because I was worried if I get to my room, I may be able to miss the meeting. Unless you want me to get to the lobby to go to my room now.
No, it's perfect. It's perfect. Thank you very much for being here. We're running a little bit late. We'll come back when we are ready.
Okay, so I'll go to my room and then get ready.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Glad to have you here. And also thank you for all of you that have kept time. Well, we are still here deliberating on how we can bring international debates on the African markets. And luckily, we are still on time. But for now, I want to introduce the next panel. But before I do that, if you're done with lunch and you're probably still networking, we are kindly asking that we push that for later. So please come back so that we carry on with our program today. And I would like to ask our ushers to help us usher in the people back here. I was hoping we'd do a recap of what we discussed much earlier, but maybe we may not get a chance to do that. But I kindly ask that we all return to the podium, come back to the conference room. We do not want to start without you. And our dear ushers, please help bring in our dear guests. So once again, thank you so much for being here. You're still with me, Sandra, and I'll be with you all the way to 5 p.m. Well, much earlier, we did have a conversation on the future of East African jihadism, and this was a conversation that was had in room 5. We also did hear from a great panel of speakers on the impact of globalization on the development of sports and also cultural creative industries in Africa. Much earlier, we also had a conversation on the global impact of the war in Ukraine, getting the African perspectives. So right now we'll speak health, but here's what you should know, as I also invite the moderator of this next session, Walter Mwesije. He is the health editor, Nation Media Group. Welcome, Walter. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, Walter Mwesije. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, Walter Mwesije. The conversation will be around moving from leadership to partnership for a sustainable global health. This is a very timely conversation. If you remember how COVID-19 was, we were really struggling to form clear partnerships with different countries that had vaccines. And we did see a bit of scramble for them. And what happened is that countries were thinking of themselves first. And the third world countries, if I should put it that way, were struggling to cater for the livelihoods of their people. But again, luckily for us, putting in the African perspective, the African continent, at least from the start, was not as affected as the other countries. So do allow me hand over to Walter Mwesije. But once again, we ask you to come back and take your seats so that we have this conversation. And because this conversation is only 1 hour, so we want to keep time. Wherever you are, come through. And once again, do remember our hashtags. You can see them all over, just below. Send in your tweets, send in your comments, tag me in it, and maybe if there's a quick question, I can always throw it back to our speakers. So, Walter Mwesije, how are you today?
Yeah, got it. I'm well, Sandra. How are you doing?
Very well. I don't know if you're here in the morning session, but we did have quite amazing conversations. But for anyone that is just joining us, going in for this panel, what should they expect to get from it?
Thank you very much. I largely have been following online the morning session. But for anybody who's going to join us, from wherever you are, online, on air, and via the social media tweets or handles, you should expect that this is going to be a very insightful conversation on what the world should be like in terms of sustainable health, and that is towards achieving universal health coverage for all. Yeah.
All right, I'll hand over. You know better, everything to do with health. So take it away. You will invite your panel speakers.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Once again, my name is Walter Mwesije. I'm a journalist with NTV Uganda. Majorly reports about health and does the rest of the things as a by the way, or as backup, really. So for today's conversation, we are going to be live on air and online. And I have great speakers who are knowledgeable regarding matters to do with health. And I want to call Professor Christian Happy. He is the Center Director for the African Center of Excellence for Genomics and Infectious Diseases. Yeah, please, Professor Happy, if you are around, just come over to the stage or the podium. And we also have Dr. Louis Kamlegea, the Projects and Research Manager at Rocket Health. You're welcome, Doctor. So for the next, now we've used up about 10 minutes, so for the next 70 minutes or less, we are going to be speaking matters to do with health. Now, we should have had the Minister for Health, Dr. Jane Ruth Acheng, and the country representative, WHO, or World Health Organization, Dr. Jonas Tegen, and Laleng Mofokeng, the UN Special Rapporteur on Rights to Health in South Africa. All these are unable to join us today the two, Dr. Jane and Dr. Jonas, were called for a meeting at the State House, so they couldn't be able to catch up with today's conversation. But as we wait for Professor Christine Happy, I will join Dr. Kamlegea, and we shall start speaking matters to do with health. So, Doctor, just in case I have left out anything about you or your profile, please feel free to use about 1 or 2 minutes and say it.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. All protocol observed. By the names of Louis Kamlege, the Projects and Research Manager at Rocket Health. Just a brief introduction about who Rocket Health are. We're a digital health and telemedicine company headquartered in Uganda, and we deliver innovative solutions that help to address the common ailments or gaps in the healthcare sector leveraging technology. So currently our service profile includes teleconsultation via voice, SMS, text, video, and last mile delivery of laboratory services and pharmacies. Thank you.
So since we're still waiting for Professor Happy, who will join us later, but whenever he comes in, then he can join the conversation. So the session today is about health, moving from leadership to partnership for a sustainable global health. And it falls back to the concept of One Health, which emerged in the 1990s to characterize the idea that health can not only be considered at the national level, and that since viruses cross borders, it is necessary to find collective solutions to prevent them. And however, the COVID-19 pandemic exposed weaknesses in global health systems and collective response. Even in the later stages of the pandemic, states resorted to isolationism and prioritized favors at home through accumulated vaccines, rather than seizing the emergence of new variants. And as we go on with this context, the power games between states persisted, and in the face of fear, there was a desire to protect oneself quickly against this threat, even if this meant endangering other states that had more limited resources to respond. So basically, the conversation is about why you need to care for your neighbor's health. Because initially we thought, or one may want to think that, like we were always saying, Ebola was about 1,000+ kilometers within the DRC from the Ugandan border. But guess what? We are now dealing with the Ebola outbreak right now. And we have not yet established where the source was. Now, that's where this whole conversation is going to focus, because we need to know what is happening in your end, what is happening in your side, how can I support you, or how you can support me. So, from your perspective, what do you understand by the Global Health Partnership? I mean, when we talk partnerships, what does that mean? And I'm sure Rocket Health is also working with very many partners to deliver its service, which I'm also a very good user.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, when you look at global health in the context of global health security and the diseases that you have talked about, Ebola, COVID-19, anthrax, those diseases of global security, partnerships become very, very important. Maybe to put it in context, if you remember how COVID-19 started in 2019, towards the end of 2019, in Africa, especially in Uganda, it kind of seemed to be, it would never reach in Uganda. We're only seeing news from China, and then the devastating results in Europe and North America. So, but then just towards the end of the year, when relatives and friends were returning back to the country. Then we started getting cases in Uganda. That means that when you talk about global health, it's no longer defined by geographical boundaries. You can no longer talk of a disease that is confined to a particular area, or state, or people, or race. And therefore, collaborations and partnerships across all domains, in a sense of government, private sector, academia, development organizations, and the like, become very critical, because each one of them plays a role in either, in the entire journey, either preventing, managing, early detection, or sustainable management, like throughout the entire journey of the disease journey. So you find that when you're talking about partnerships in global health, in my understanding, I look at all stakeholders, not just limiting the health stakeholders, but all stakeholders that are important in efficient delivery of services across, whether health, transport, security, education, livelihood, working together and making sure that the health of the communities, of the country, of the region is taken care of. So we are looking at, of course, the government being having that as their mandate, but private sector players coming in, development organizations, USAID, DFID, the usual development organizations that we know of that fund the health sector or even outside health, and also looking at the academia. The role of academia cannot be underplayed. Maybe as we shall discuss, we know how UVRI and other laboratories within Makerere have played a role in vaccine manufacturing for COVID and the like, or tests, or COVID tests. So you find that each one of them plays a role and contributes towards global health as a whole, like I hinted on, from either prevention, management, early case detection, and yeah.
Okay, all right. So with that put in context, for anyone who has just joined us, actually, we are live on NBS TV, and we're also live online on YouTube and Zoom. That is the Conrad and Neo Steve Tang pages. If you can check them out, there is a live stream there currently running. But if you can't, you can still follow the conversation on Twitter at CAS Uganda and at Kampala Geopolitics Conference. You'll be able to pick one or two things that is being said here. You can also share what you think about the topics that are being discussed here. So with the understanding of what partnerships mean to the world, and especially they will be very important for, I'd call them developing countries. They have a plethora of definitions, third world, middle income, but the developing world. And this was evident when COVID-19 broke out. I must say there should be something about 20th that Ugandans should look out for, because the COVID-19 pandemic was announced on the 20th of March. The outbreak of Ebola was announced on the 20th of September. We don't know. Science says we don't know when the next outbreak will be announced. But the aim for them is to look out for that next outbreak, how it will manifest, how many people it will infect, and generally, if it will be very lethal or if it will be very mild. So epidemiologists are always out on the look for new viruses and new diseases that are likely to infect the human race. This majorly because it's the same environment that we live in, and we share this environment with the animals. We eat them, and it is believed that that is where those viruses, cross over to the human race. How they affect the animals is much different, and science, has an explanation for any of those infections that will cross from animals to human beings. But what does this say about preparedness, especially looking at the example of COVID-19? I mean, for example, Uganda has very many partners supporting the health system, pouring in billions of dollars. I mean, the USAID, for example, provides nearly $1 billion for support for the health system for different things, HIV, now we're in COVID-19 and Ebola testing kits, PPEs, mention them. But what does this say about our preparedness as developing countries, but also as the world? I mean, where should we focus amidst the crises?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question, especially when you look at the context with which majority of the first cases are always reported in almost all these outbreaks. It's not like it's more like they catch us by offside, to use some other word. So you find that it's just the routine health work at a facility gets suspicious of a patient that they are handling, and then they do the usual cascading of reporting to your hospital superintendent, the superintendent to the district health officer, the district officer to the regional referral, and then up to the ministry where they do confirmation. But then you find that by the time the case gets to be confirmed of an outbreak, a lot has happened in between because there was less likelihood of high index of suspicion, and therefore, like you've seen in the current Ebola first case, there was a lots of contacts that had gone into the community before the first case was actually confirmed, and measures of controlling the spread were implemented. This means what? That yes, at the level of the health workers, there's been knowledge transfer through trainings, through capacity building or enhancement to build their capacity in terms of all our health workers, I'm part of the health workers, to build our capacity in terms of increasing our knowledge to detect these diseases, capacity in terms of laboratory tests being availed, and mechanisms of diagnosis being made available, either through Uganda Virus Institute and other partnerships like you have hinted. However, the challenge remains in these services are not universally available. You find that because of limited resources, it is particular sites that have been given these capabilities because of resource limitations. So you find that even in a region which is a high or hotspot, the services of ability to test can be only accessed at one center because of limitation of resources. And then also in terms of ability to say, okay, we have detected this case and let's continue to monitor this person to see if they develop symptoms or if there are contacts. In the case of Ebola that we're talking about, the cases develop symptoms. The capacity for us to be able to what we call contact tracing, like the first person who developed the symptoms and then the people who got in touch with this person such that we can monitor and see if there are symptoms that develop and therefore potential spread to the community. These challenges are there, especially around surveillance. And also surveillance is the ability for us to monitor beyond the point of contact. So going to the communities where these people are. And also the bit of, I would want it to flip it over, not from the provider, the health workers, but flipping over to the community. That also us as community members, there are challenges, especially around awareness and, should I say, demystifying some myths and misconceptions. Because you find that some diseases are stigmatizing, or some these global health diseases, COVID, Ebola, and therefore when a person develops symptoms, they shy away from health facilities or from points of where they would get care. So it makes it makes the entire process of preparedness hard, because preparedness, we shouldn't look at it from one angle. We shouldn't look at it from the point of the provider. The provider's preparedness is different from most of the community preparedness. Both ends, in terms of supply and demand, have to be prepared. The provider end has to be prepared in a sense of having the capabilities to detect early, be able to manage, be able to sensitize and give education, and also be able to take care in case there are cases. On the community side, you and me in the community, we also have to be prepared in a sense of knowledge, knowledge in terms of having high suspicion of these diseases of global security, like knowing that if I present like this, I should have a high index of suspicion for this illness, and what am I supposed to do if I present in that way? So, speaking on both sides, from the provider end, the health system, as I had entered, there are gaps, and majority of the gaps is due to resource limitation, availability of funding to make sure that we have enough, what you would call these isolation centers, which are properly equipped and have enough human resource in terms of health workers to manage the large numbers, and having enough supplies, personal protective gears, and then medicines or medicinal supplies. And also from us, the communities being prepared to add on to, in terms of having the knowledge, such that we can also contribute towards the either control of the outbreak or responding to the outbreak as and when possible.
Thank you very much. I have been updated that Professor Happy is online, and I just want to check through and see if Professor Christine Happy can hear us.
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. Nice to be here.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so Professor, if the audio is good on your end, you're welcome to this session. We have already spent quite some minutes, but we'll be glad to hear from you. And the topic today really is about universal health coverage in a nutshell, I would say. But we are looking at partnerships, moving away from leadership and doing work as partners. And I want to hear from you regarding the issue of harnessing these partnerships. What should be the expectation for different countries as we try to harness the partnerships?
Well, I think, thank you very much. A partnership actually requires everybody bringing something on the table. And when you talk about African partnership, I would say that Africa is not ready for partnership, simply because Africa inherited colonial rules. Africa inherited colonial borders, but African leadership actually has emphasized colonial rules and colonial border more than the people that colonized them. African leadership has entrenched isolations more than the colonial
Professor,
masters.
I'll cut you short there. I can see you're speaking to us, but unfortunately our audio here is not stable. So we will come back to you just shortly. Just give it a few minutes so we can be able to listen to each other and communicate better. But Dr. Kamlegea, I know working with partners is very key. Sometimes they tend to have their own rules of the game. And you know, some people tend to think, or I would say some governments tend to think that these people have their own benefits they are looking for by the time they come to work with you. And of course, I mean, it's natural. Everybody who comes to you or somebody you'll go to, there's definitely one thing you want from them. And if you look at, for example, the working relationship that Uganda has with the various partners, it is at such a level that the partners feel they should disseminate their help through other partners in the country, but not directly within the government structures. I am not asking you because you speak for the government, but I am asking you because you understand project management. And I want you to tell us, how should the working relationship, for example, be? You know, how do we harness? What do these partnerships look out for if we are going to develop a stronger bond to work together towards a common goal?
Thank you for that question, Walter. And to respond to it, a partnership, working with the developmental partners, what it should be like, what should it look like, and how should developmental partners work with either local partners or government or ministry and department agencies. One is, we call it mutual respect, where both parties mutually respect each other's mandate or objectives on the area of concern. It doesn't add up if a partner's agenda is different from a line ministry or department or agency agenda, yet they want to fund that agency. So a case in point, for example, if we know that the Prime Minister's office wants to be hunger response in Karamoja, and then the partner wants to say, hypothetically say, HIV response in Karamoja. Yet, if you go to Karamoja, the biggest concern is hunger, and yet the agenda for the partner is HIV response. So I think right from the drawing board, by the time the partner wants to bring funding into a health area or whichever domain, I think it's important to first have discussions with these ministries, line departments, so that they understand their line priorities. Because these ministries usually have strategic plans that run for a long period of time, and I think it's very important for these funding agencies to align the funding opportunities with strategic plans for these 5-year strategic plans, whichever sector goals and objectives that have been set up. And then two is building local capacities. Sometimes the funding opportunities that we have that's available to us, whether in terms of the amounts of money or in terms of the scope of the work that has to be done, sometimes they are not aligned with existing skill sets or resources. As a result, you are set up for failure right from the start. And so gaps in corruption gets to be common, projects not being mishandled or not being completed become so common. So as part of the funding, I think opportunities for building capacities or capacity enhancement should be included, in my view. And then the other part of what partnership should look like in the context of health especially is where the rights of the end beneficiary is respected. It is common in health, because I'm from the health sector, so I see it's common where even the project itself, and I think as a reporter for health, you have highlighted instances where the end beneficiaries of project, they never benefited, not because the project was not aligned with the needs of the community, but maybe because the way it was implemented or it wasn't either culturally accepted, religiously accepted, like the context of the end beneficiary in terms of their perception of how that problem should be addressed was not listened to. So also as the funding opportunities or developmental partners come to support government or work with government to address health gaps, also involving the end beneficiary or the community should should be addressed or should be respected. Yeah, so those will be my 3 points when it comes to working with developmental partners and governments.
Okay, all right, so I've been told we are now able to hear Professor Happy, and I'll get back to him. Professor, once again, you're welcome to this conversation. We still need to hear from you regarding moving or shifting the conversation from leadership to partnerships as we try to tackle the global health insecurities. Professor, you're welcome once again.
Well, thank you. I just want to confirm whether you hear me. Are you hearing me? Can I confirm that you're hearing me? Because, can you hear me? Well, unfortunately, I'm speaking, but I can't hear.
All right, Professor, if you can hear us clearly, I just said we need to listen from you. We missed a big part of your opening remarks, but we would like to hear from you regarding the shift from leadership to partnerships as regards tackling the global health insecurities, or you would say meeting the universal health coverage goal.
Well, thank you. I don't know if you can hear me. Confirm, please. Can you confirm you're hearing me? Can you guys confirm? Can you confirm you're hearing me on the panel? Because I'm speaking, but it seems not to be connecting with you.
Is Kampala Geopolitics. You can give your comment or question regarding the topic that we're talking about.
Can you hear me? I've
now,
turned off my video.
and
I'm wondering whether you
actually
hear
have
me.
an audience. So I would like to turn to the audience. What do you think should be the key priorities as we work towards partnering with our neighbors or the fellow states regarding tackling global health insecurities? I don't know if anybody has a comment. Yeah, you're very free to rise up and give a word. There's a microphone that is coming over. We're starting here.
My name is Najib. I'm a medical doctor. So that question I can add on is first priority will be the sharing of health information in terms of if the outbreak running on Kenya should give the information the neighboring country so that it's easier to take a response before it reaches like the borders or the other sides. So the first one could be the sharing the information, health information. And another one could be assisting each other about the severe cases in terms of like Ebola or other like pandemic diseases, and sharing the resource when it comes in terms of the health services. If some countries they may have the lack of health services, so it could be the regionally and national level to reduce or to have to reduce the effects of the health problems. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Move over the mic.
Thank you so much, Walter. My name is David. I work with Hope Awareness and Literacy Club. My comment will be, one, we must learn from the past or the mistakes. Because, okay, the first one is assessment. After the mutual respect is done, like Dr. Lewis was saying, there has to be assessment, accountability of the resources, how have the resources been divided, spent, etc. So accountability is also key. Then also the other thing is dealing with the after effect. Like for instance, when you look in Uganda, get back home to Uganda, people are still debating, is there a lockdown? Is there no lockdown? So we must deal with the after effect because COVID came. COVID is still here. We don't know. Ebola is here now. We don't know when it is going. We don't know whether it is going tomorrow or so. We must tighten our belts, like someone was saying recently, and then also get to deal with this COVID. Get to deal with the effects, the after effect. Can we cope up even when this situation is here? If it is here, how can we deal with it? Thank you so much.
Okay. We'll move over the microphone. Yes, to the next one.
Thank you so much, moderator. I'm sorry I just fluked. My name is Bonnie Kagaba, and I teach at Makerere University Business School. Maybe to the panelist there, what's your comment about development partners, the other side, wanting directly to deal with the private sector in terms of epidemic funding and project funding in health other than dealing with government? 1 week ago, you've been seeing World Health Organization officials, Minister of Health officials, and government probably, and whoever wants to support, either the crisis in health, they want now to deal directly with the people and the health private sector. What's your comment about that? Is it the issue of confidence in accountability or something else? I thank you so much.
Okay, we still have a couple of hands. Be sure, let the microphone move in the order.
Thank you very much, Walter. My name is Hagayat Kunda. I work with Mindverse. My comment on global partnerships in health is to emphasize the critical role of politicians in harnessing the importance of these partnerships, because we get to see that these politicians actually who are not health experts go ahead and create the frameworks of operation for the health experts globally, but also locally. So I would love to emphasize the role. I don't know how to make it better so that they can actually remove the roadblocks to global health initiatives. I feel like their role is very important, but also overlooked. So I would love the panelists to also highlight maybe during the course of their work how political agendas have hindered the realizations of global health. Thank you very much.
Yeah, there's a gentleman above.
Yes, thank you. My name is Masawi Ivan from Chambogo. With regards to the topic on sustainable partnership, it would be a request, given that most of our budget of Ministry of Health is a budget that is always as a result of partnerships and from the West donors and related. So it would be wise also as a country, I think, we lay structures and renew our health targets, basically build capacity to also begin local production when it comes to some of the services we have relied on for so long from partners, so that the partnerships be targeted maybe to capacity building, so that we can also have a leverage when it comes to health partnerships. But basically, it has been a dependent of partnering, which is not healthy, given the fact that it leaves you a dependent of the person you depend on in terms of donation and aid. So to our panelists, I think since the minister is not around, that would be a key. How best are they trying to work out also to build capacity in terms of the partnerships they get, than only depending on them in terms of donations or funding, but also build local capacity within. Thank you.
All right, so once you have the mic, make it sharp, make it quick, then we can return to the panelists.
Thank you very much, Moderator Walter Bwesige. It is very unfortunate that the Minister of Health, Rufa Cheng, is not here because he has a political responsibility and he must account to Ugandans. It's unfortunate that the Minister is not here. When you hear this hula baloo, the higi haga of Ebola, say now, Ebola is in Mubende. We know Ebola is a Sudan variant. How did it reach Mubende? Now, should we say that they stage these cases to confuse, to push the media, to put the media concentration on these diseases? How did the Sudan variant reach Mubende? Mubende is a border post. Because Ebola would be maybe Kasese, maybe Eregu, maybe Busia. Where did it come from? So it's unfortunate she's not here. And when you look in the papers, they are actually looking at, they want resources from donors, from government. They want the treasury to raise money. Now you see, where is the accountability? Where is the awareness? So it's unfortunate that she has not come here. She would really tell us. She would tell us really the truth that is Ebola a reality? It is.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll make sure that the next time I see her, I'll give her your comments. But one thing we should take seriously is that disease outbreaks happen, they do occur, and Ebola has been endemic in Africa. It has never gone away. It has been somewhere the scientists are still trying to find where the source is. But what the explanation is for now is that the fact that we still interact with animals. You know, we live with our animals. Some stay very close to us. And it's very easy for, diseases or viruses to move. And also viruses do cross borders. The doctor did mention the perfect example of COVID-19. Even us in the media, we used to report about it as a China flu at the time. China flu. Until it started getting closer, until we had a case in Uganda, and then it stopped being a China flu. So those other factors held constant. I mean, they need money, or they're trying to manufacture figures and whatnot. Nobody knows. It's their word against yours. But what is true is that the disease is around and it's killing people, right? So we need to be on the utmost outlook for ourselves. At least be sure that you will be alive to hear the response of the minister at a time in the future. Don't die today because you think the disease is not available, or because you think the disease is not available. Because you think that should be key. And as we move forward, I want to get back to Professor Happy and see if we are able to hear his audio right now. Professor, once again, we do apologize for the glitches and hitches. That is the technology. It cannot adequately be determined on how it's going to play out. But yeah, we want to try from your end again and get your remarks regarding the topic today.
Well, thank you. And I just want to confirm if you can hear me.
Loud and clear.
All right, thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity. I've been listening. I mean the panelists with passion, and I think it is very clear that the panelists have done justice to the subject. But I just want to add a few things that if you want to look at partnership, let me start from there. Partnership should be seen at two levels. Partners with developmental, what I call partners, and then partnership within the continent. Let me start from within the continent, first of all, to see how partnership is very important. Partnership, is very important within the context of Africa. Let's not just talk about partnership in one direction, whereby we're talking about partnership with our developmental partners. Africans naturally don't collaborate, and that is one major weakness for the continent. You really need Africa to come together, to work together and share the resources that they have and share the expertise and the skill that they have in order to address African problems. Uganda alone cannot address all the problems in Uganda. Uganda would need other African countries to address their problems. The expertise and the skills around the continent is enough to address the problems of the continent, but unfortunately, we are not leveraging that. We live in silos in Africa. We've inherited borders, we've inherited countries, and we inherited colonies from colonial masters. But I think Africans have actually done worse than the colonial people. We made our borders much more tighter than we ought to have done. You need brain circulation in order to address issues. You need movement of people. You need people to interact. Your neighbor could have solution to your problem. Unfortunately, we don't talk to ourselves, and we don't share experiences, we don't share knowledge. It's easier for an African to actually go and share knowledge in Europe or in America than to go to another African countries. I think we need, first of all, to break down the barriers and break the silos in which we're evolving. And that will be very helpful, because for Africa to be strong, we first of all need to talk to ourselves. We need to develop intra-African partnership, and then we'll be stronger to address the problems, and then we'll be better, when we are talking to our developmental partners in the North. That is one way to look at the partnership, and I think that's one of the major bottlenecks. And I hope, that the leadership could understand that partnership actually is interwoven with leadership. So therefore, it's important for Africa to actually preach the unity that he's talking about than to just say next statements, but without really applying and then endeavor that those statements become reality. Now, secondly, I will mention the fact that yes, partnership with the North should be something, we should be guided by what I call equity. You can't get involved in a partnership if you don't bring anything on the table. Most of the time, Africans do not behave like partners, behave like beggars. And that's why the balance is always on the side of the who is giving. You have a situation where countries actually, do not bring anything to the table. They think they have programs, but yes, you could have a very good, beautiful program. But in addition to that program, add some resources. And then therefore, when you are talking to your developmental partner, then they will give you the respect that you need. You can't just come and put something on the table and expect your partner to provide everything. Of course, they will come in with their own ideas. They will try to tell you exactly what to do with the money that they are giving you. Of course, they may come in because they have the money and you don't have anything. They may have to decide where they want to implement what. So I think it is important for African to set their priorities and redefine their priorities. We spend too much money buying weapons. We spend too much money creating projects that are not sustainable. We spend too much money living a life that is not ours, driving luxurious vehicles and then spending so much money on what I call artificial things. It's very important for Africa to actually define its priorities, country to define their priorities, put their money where their mouth is, identify problems, and try to address those problems. I don't think the problem of Africa is poverty. I don't think the problem of Africa is that we don't have the resources. It's actually, what I call lack of priority. We need to really invest where our priorities are. And then we need to live a lifestyle that is commensurate to the resources that we have. We can't afford to live like those that have more resources. And then we need to really think about solving our problems ourselves. You don't expect people to come from outside to solve your problem. That is not partnership. Partnership requires that, you not only identify the problem, probably prefer the solution, and then develop something. And then you can have support from others in order to make it concrete. You cannot have a partnership as a continent or as a country in Africa when you depend 100% from the outside. In Africa, there is no manufacturing industries. You cannot manufacture any health commodity. From syringes to gloves to PPEs and to everything, you are solely dependent on the outside. And the question is it impossible to make this, to develop, to manufacture those things on the continent? The answer is no. Can we do it? The answer is yes. What do we need to do it? We can encourage the private sector. How can we do to encourage the private sector? We can probably do this by creating what I call tax breaks for private investors to invest in this kind of industries. And that will give us a level of freedom, and that will give us a level of power that we need in order to talk to our partners. So that is just a reality. And until we sit down and then do our homework, until we sit down and then take our destiny in our hands, you cannot have partnership when you are solely dependent on others. That is not partnership. I think what we are basically doing is that we're deceiving ourselves, and then we keep talking about partnership when we have not sat down to do our homework. We're talking about, Africa depending on the rest of the world on diagnostics, depending on the rest of the world on vaccines, depending on the rest of the world on medicine. Why are we not developing those things in Africa? Were they developed before on the continent? The answer is yes. In the 80s, 1980s, remember, there were some pockets of vaccine development hubs across Africa. Yellow fever vaccine were being developed in many places. What happened? It's simply because we failed to, to have an agenda, what I call an African agenda. We failed to have what I call, a program that will consist of sustainable development in Africa. We're talking about the Agenda 2063. You cannot achieve an Agenda 2063 in Africa when it is impossible for somebody to leave from Nigeria to go and share knowledge in Kenya or to share knowledge in some countries in Africa. Yes, Uganda is a bit open because I can easily go to Uganda to share my skill and knowledge. But many African countries don't talk to themselves. And you can have an Ebola crisis in a country in some countries in Africa, and leadership and the skill and the knowledge that Africans have go there to help you. So these are things that we need to look into seriously and be pragmatic about what we're talking about. You cannot, it's 1.3 billion people, but unfortunately it's 1.3 billion, 1.3 billion people, but it's 1.3 billion people fragmented. It's not 1.3 billion people presented as a global, as a one market that can attract investors. We need to do a lot in our homework because it is in our unity that will be strong. And it is in our unity that we can actually start even dictating the agenda that we want for the continent. In isolation and in silos, we will never achieve anything. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, and for that round of applause. But Professor, staying with you before you can go away, you mentioned very key facts within your statements, and you gave an example of sharing knowledge amongst Africans. And I'm just trying to figure out how would that partnership, for example, if we try to create it, how would that partnership work out? I mean, what do we need to develop? Science has a lot of complex languages. We talk about protocols and all that. But what should we be looking out for as Africans? Otherwise, wouldn't it also lead to what they are calling isolationism, which everybody blamed those who had vaccines, those who had the knowledge about COVID-19, and those who had the power to manufacture PPEs and have them at hand. Thank you.
Yeah, let me tell you how this is punishing the continent. When you talk about knowledge sharing, there is a very strong correlation between brain circulation and economic output. And I can give you an example. A few years ago, I lead the African Center of Excellence for Genomics of Infectious Disease. We created all of the technologies that you see today that the world is using to respond to COVID-19. You're talking about sequencing genomes of pathogens in real time during an outbreak. You're talking about data sharing in platform like GISET. You're talking about genomic epidemiology, creation of rapid diagnostic tests and everything. We did that. My team, I led a group that did that during the Ebola outbreak in 2014 in West Africa. So the question is, after we did that, did Africa take it up and made it its own property? The answer is no, because we refuse to invest in such things. Now, a few years ago, there was a situation whereby, an institution in Kenya needed such knowledge and needed such technology. And I was mandated by the World Bank to Kenya. Technology and some of this I could not go to Kenya simply because I could not, guess what? I could not go to Kenya simply because I needed 3 weeks to get a visa to go to Kenya. Of course, someone that is as busy as I am, I can't leave my passport out for 3 weeks. So you can see how, for me to go to America, for instance, got my passport at the US Embassy, and in 48 hours, I'll get back and I'm gone. So this is exactly what I'm saying. We inherited the colonial borders and we are worse than those that colonized us. There is no brain circulation. So which means that collaboration is not possible. How do you expect Africa to create a vaccine when it is impossible for someone in West Africa to find itself easily in West Africa or to Southern Africa, or someone in East Africa to go to South Africa to share knowledge, because visa processes, all of the processes involved in travel are impossible. For vaccine creation and to create all of the vaccine and the PPEs that you're talking about, you need people to come together to share different expertise in order to make something. You can't do that when people cannot talk to themselves, when people cannot sit down in one room and share knowledge and share skills, when it is impossible, when the governments are making it impossible for people to interact. That's what I'm talking about. So, and for us as a people, even within the same countries, even the same university, we don't talk to ourselves. So it's important, as I'm speaking, that we really start thinking about us as Africans and define our own agenda and set up a plan for implementation that relies solely and strictly on Africa. If people want to help you, fine. You can go in partnership with them. But if they don't want to help you, you need to find a solution ourselves. Partnership, as I said before, require for you to give, not just for you to receive. It's actually required for you to have a plan for you to make an investment. And if others want to augment your effort, then they can augment your effort. Partnership is not about you just saying, I have this idea, I want to do this, bring your own resources, I'll help you to implement it. It doesn't work like that. And until we hear that, until we understand that as a people, we cannot make progress because we are refusing to transform what we have. We have mineral resources, we have natural resources, we got the brains, but we are refusing to transform what we have simply because we are not talking to one another. We are ready to sell whatever we have, but we are refusing to transform what we have. And transformation of good and products require intellectual property, require people to come together to share knowledge, to bring their little expertise all together in order to move things from raw material to product that can save the continent. That is what Africa has to do. What is a transformational policy for Africa? We understand that is clear. Even to create a vaccine that we're all talking about, we're talking about hubs of vaccines setting up in South Africa, in Rwanda, and everywhere. Rwanda scientists alone cannot do this. South African scientists alone cannot do it, or Senegalese scientists cannot do it. You need a critical mass of people that are well trained to address the problem within the continent and then from the African diaspora. Do we have what it takes to do vaccines in Africa? The answer is yes. Check most vaccine companies in the world. You will see some very bright Africans there. We need to bring all of those brain and the resources back, but we need to talk to ourselves as one people. We cannot continue to talk to ourselves as different people, because that is what is killing Africa. That is what is actually putting us where we are. We have everything to succeed as a continent. The mineral resources can be transformed. We can make cell phones. We can make everything on this continent. And that's why we bring what I call equal partnership, where our people will basically sit down and where our partners will sit down and respect our science, respect what we are creating, respect what we are doing, and then that will be very helpful for the continent generally. Thank you.
Professor Christian Happy, he is the Center Director at the African Center of Excellence for genomics of infectious diseases. If you've just joined us online or on air, we are talking about harnessing partnerships and moving away from leadership to critically deal with global health insecurities. Generally, we talk about universal health coverage. To some people, universal health coverage is unattainable because of the different worlds that we live in, for example. Uganda is short of health workers. And globally, the health workforce is challenged because the World Health Organization estimates that we will need to recruit and train an additional 13 million health workers in the next decade if we are going to talk about universal health coverage for all globally. Dr. Kamlegea, what should be the starting point for countries that are moving from a shift of leadership to partnerships? I mean, what should we look out for? Should we just blindly move into partnerships because we need these resources from whoever is coming in? Or should we actually say no, like Professor Happy says, that we need to look critically into who and how we are working with partners?
Thank you, Walter, for that question. And I will just build from that last point. When it comes to universal healthcare coverage, in my view, countries, as individual countries, they have to first look out for themselves before they expect support from external. Because majority of cases, when you talk about universal healthcare coverage, the first concept that comes to your mind is primary healthcare, like the smallest healthcare. How can I access it? And this is usually at the grassroots, at the end. And in most cases, that should be the priority of the country. So in my view, what should be gotten right if Uganda were to achieve a proportion of universal health coverage? One is human resource or health workforce, should I call it remuneration or should I call it not just looking at our salaries per se, but looking at conditions within which we work, materials being available to us to perform to our best capabilities, and being able to be supported to deliver to our expectations. That will be the first aspect. Then also the aspect to look at is systems strengthening. By this I mean, if I come to a health facility at the lowest level, Center 3, can I be able to get services there? If I cannot, can I seamlessly be able to go through the entire journey? So I need to go to the district hospital, regional referral, up to the national referral, and the structures are there, and I can be able to seamlessly experience the journey as a patient from the lowest level to the highest level of healthcare. And also, the truth is that however much we, even WHO acknowledges it, that however, even if they're to train as many health workers, whether nurses, laboratory technologists, pharmacists, doctors, specialists, there will be always, the WHO recommends that for every one medical doctor, there should be 1,000 patients. However, that's a large number for an individual doctor. That means that as a nation, we need to go beyond, we need to innovate, or we need to think beyond that is achievable within. What I mean to say is that there's role for with a young population to innovate, to use technology, to use other ways we can reach large masses or a larger patient number, yet with minimal resources, in my view. And that is where education as platforms, universities as platforms for innovations become very, very important in achieving certain such kind of targets, universal coverage or health for all. So you do not downplay the role of, let me call them incubations or acceleration programs, or even universities, because, for example, Makerere, within different colleges, there are programs that help either through research at master's or PhD level that helps countries, local countries, in this case, in our case, Uganda, to churn out new ideas, new innovations, new ways of doing things differently that will help us to be able to close some of these gaps of healthcare. So, yes, there are certain things we may never close or we may never address because of certain limitations. Like there's a question that came through in terms of budgeting, healthcare budgeting vis-a-vis donor alignment. And ever since our budgets, ever since I've gotten to follow budgets, our budgets have been, the allocation of the health budget from the national, the growth, the GDP, is always shy of the 9% declaration. We are always between 6, if you have done well, 7. And that is the minimum that we should be able to get 90% of the share of the general domestic budget. But we always get, as health sector, we always get 6%. And this is a sector where outbreaks or unpredicted unknowns will happen. And if you don't plan for them, if you don't anticipate and plan for them, that means they will always get you when you are in need. And that means that there might be certain things that we can never achieve, that we may fail to achieve in real time or in a given space of period of time because of those structural or leadership gaps. But then the opportunities within, like I said, academia, but also private sector. Setting up regulations that enable or provide a conducive environment for private sector where I come from to operate. Reduce taxes such that we can produce local commodities at a reduced cost and can compete with imported commodities, whether they're test kits, personal protective gear. Well, you think of anything, manufacturing gloves at a lower cost means that they can easily be available, and therefore health workers can have personal protective gear so that they can safely deliver their services. But also the role of private sector, not looking at it as a competitor, because in the health sector, that's how it has been looked at. The private sector being looked more as a competitor rather than an add-on to what the public or stroke government, or say non-government sector players are contributing to. The acknowledgement has always been for the government and what they call the private not-for-profit entities. And the private sector has been mainly looked at as for profit making. Yet, if you look at when epidemics or when the public sector is overwhelmed, majority of the population will seek care from the private sector. And even not just waiting for outbreaks, majority of us, our first point of contact in the health journey is always the private sector, in a sense of that drug shop in your trading center, or that pharmacy in your just behind your house or what, is always the first point of contact before maybe you go to the public sector. So the government health facilities. So the role of providing conducive, should I say, systems or environment that enables the private sector to flourish and be able to constructively contribute to what the government has added on is also important.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Dr. Louis Kamlega is a project manager with Rocket Health. Professor Happy, if you're still with us, in just a minute, I would like to hear from you regarding your final remarks on how we should harness partnerships going forward as we work to achieve global health security, or you'd want to call it universal health coverage.
Yeah, thank you. If you hear me, I think just to summarize, universal health coverage is achievable, but it is achievable in the context where countries have to devise strategies in order to achieve it.
All right, we seem not to get through to, okay, all right, is there?
Yeah, it is achievable within the context where country design strategy to achieve it. It's not achievable when you are being told that this is the best way to achieve universal health care. Cuba, for instance, is one of the poorest country in the world, but is one of the most advanced countries when it comes to universal health care, simply because they design a system that is adapted to their own environment, that is adapted to their population, that is adapted to the structure of their population, of their population, and then the country design its own care system in a way that they can reach out to the most vulnerable. I could hear my fellow panelists saying WHO says that you need a doctor for 1,000 people. Look, that is what WHO says, but it's not necessarily what Uganda needs. Uganda can decide to design a program that is very much adapted to Uganda, that does not require a doctor for 1,000 people. You probably need a doctor for 10,000 people, but in between you have maybe other healthcare workers that can fill in the gap, and that system can be very effective. I think there is a need for countries to really sit down and systematically look at their landscape and then design systems that are very appropriate to their own environment so that they can actually achieve the health coverage locally, and then adding on, and then you can now leverage from partners in order to make that system stronger and better. And for partnership, but I always believe that people in countries trying to achieve things are better off than to just wait for partnership. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Christian Happy from the African Center of Excellence for Genomics of Infectious Diseases. He's the center director. We also had Dr. Louis Kamlega, Projects and Research Manager at Rocket Health. My name is Walter Mwesije, and thank you for being a great audience, for all of you who have been watching us online, on air, and following the conversation via social media. Of course, you can keep the conversations flowing. The hashtag is Kampala Geopolitics Conference, and your thoughts and views will be captured in there. More sessions are coming up. Please don't go away. And for us, we will end it here. And I'll ask Sandra to take over right now. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you so much, Walter Mwesije, for your wonderful panel and for tackling some of the issues that even us as a newsroom, we're constantly trying to find solutions and answers to, the issue of, health insurance for even the common person to be able to access medical care at any given point of their lives, and also realizing that to have, partnerships, we have to understand, African countries have to understand that they are simply also providing a solution and not really receiving. Usually I get the impression, and I'm sure you can agree with me, that African countries are painted as people just sit on the other end and just receive. But we also have a lot to offer in terms of solutions and also ideas that can advance global health. So thank you so much for that conversation, Walter Mwesije, and your panel speakers, those that joined us online, and even those that are present here. So gladly take your seats, and we'll move on to the next panel conversation. Thank you so much, Walter. Are we still okay? Do we need some tea? You just want to stretch a little bit. How do we do that? Anyone to recommend? As the next panel gets ready, can we, But I think we are still okay. Not so. So anyway, the next conversation is going to be on cybersecurity, and that is on resilience of African states and a threat scenario. This is a conversation that we are going to have in room 5, and it's going to be moderated by Robert Chirunda, who is the founding partner at Chirunda and Wasike Advocates. I hope I've pronounced that right. Do remember to be part of the conversation on our social media platforms. So if you want to be part of this conversation, please do go to our social media platforms and send in your comments. In the meantime, if you have questions, been reminded again that you can send in or do a tweet, and we'll be right there to capture if you use the hashtag. So we'll be having this conversation right away. It is in room 5. I want to give you a minute or so to actually go to room 5 if you want to attend this session that is on cybersecurity, and it will be moderated by Robert Chirunda that has 4 guests. Anyone who would like to go to room 5, or you're staying here with us? All right, our next conversation that will be here is defending rights in times of insecurity. Human rights, development, and security policy. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, invite Mr. Ivan Okuda, who is the lawyer and also a writer. Wherever you are, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our next moderator. You are actually seated right next to me, and we didn't even say hi. You're welcome. Thank you for being here. So cybersecurity, what are we really looking forward to really understanding about cybersecurity? And this, I believe, is your area of expertise. And before I even hand over the platform to you to take us through, I beg your pardon, in regards to defending rights in times of insecurity, you have probably seen reports on how different activists or how different Ugandan citizens are treated in times that we would say are a bit insecure. As you reflect on this conversation that you're going to hold for the next 1 hour, what comes to mind?
Oh, thank you, Sandra. So kind of you. I'm quite old school, thanks to old age. Adaptation to new technology sometimes gets a problem. I'm more an expert in that subject, as you know. As you can see in the program, I only have the simple duty of asking the questions to the experts who will join us in a few minutes. But in precise response to your question on my own reflections on this, I think as someone who has been for quite some time active in the Ugandan media space, I'm quite a close and keener observer of the human rights spectrum than the average person. And my own reflection as someone who is now less active in that space and more active in the legal sector is just how much rollback there has been in the last few years in terms of our human rights barometer as society. The normalization of violence against women, the normalization of violence against people of differing political perspectives and views, and basically the normalization of state-inspired violence and state violation of human rights stares us in the face. And what's even more worrying is that when you look at the political trajectory of the country, it appears that it can only get worse before it gets better. So we live in very difficult times, not just in Uganda. If you look at across the border, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, if you look at what's happening in the Horn of Africa, there's more reason for us to be concerned than to celebrate the little gains that we've been making as human societies. But it's not my day to make a speech or make a presentation. I'll reserve my views past
I almost
that.
thought you had actually started your moderation. Anyway, I just want to make a correction. So currently there is an ongoing understanding of Uganda's out migration trends. Now this is happening in room 5, not cybersecurity. That was happening earlier. So if you really want to attend that session, understanding Uganda's out migration trends, please do make your way to room 5. For now, I'll hand over to you, Ivan, to carry us into the next session. Best of luck.
Thank you, Sandra. I've been advised to relocate.
Yes, you also invite all your panel speakers as well.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Ivan Okuda. I'm a lawyer, I'm a writer. I have the simple burden of hosting this evening's discussion on the subject that Sandra Tunobrio has ably introduced you to. And I'll be joined by a panel of eminent men and women in their own rights and space to help unpack and dissect that subject for the benefit of enriching the conversation, which is part of the larger discourse from this conference. So our panel will be discussing defending rights in times of insecurity, human rights, development, and security policy. And in no particular order, allow me take the honor to invite my esteemed panelists to take up their seats, after which we shall then start the discussion. Rules of the game, we shall be respectful to one another and have informed debate. No information, no right to talk. Because we want to be as up to the mark as possible. So that will also apply to the audience when asking questions, and we want to really have a good discussion that is healthy and informed. So allow me in no particular order invite Mr. Anthony Masake, who is Acting Executive Director, Chapter 4 Uganda. You're welcome, Tony. My friend and namesake, Ivan Rugamba, has just entered. I'll let him catch his breath. The rule of thumb in town is that the big people always come last. So, Ivan, you're welcome. But you can first catch your breath. Let me invite Ms. Safina Virani. She is co-director at Farwen Initiative Uganda, an organization that does a noble job of working around victims of sexual violence. You're welcome, Safina. Mr. Ivan Rugambwa, you're welcome to the platform. Ivan is a journalist and social commentator. You most likely listen to him once in a while, or more occasional than not, on Capital Gang and other platforms. And he's a proud former Makererian. We shall have Ms. Hannah Schneider, who is program manager at the Munich Security Conference. We shall have assistance and guidance from the technical team on the modalities of having her via Zoom. And lastly, we shall have Mr. Robert Sempala, Director, Uganda Human Rights Network for Journalists, who is making his way here. I hope that he can be here in the next 5 minutes, or else You can refer me to the next panel for 2023. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, let me start with Anthony Masaki. You're the human rights guru here. Your organization, Chapter 4, and yourself do an incredible job of defense of human rights and human rights defenders in this country. What is, in a few words, your assessment of the human rights space, not just in Uganda, but regionally? Are we making improvements? Are we taking 4 steps back, 3 steps forward? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Comrade Ivan. I think for me, from where I sit and the analysis that we have of the situation, in many respects, we are at crossroads as far as the human rights struggle is concerned, as far as the observance of the rule of law is concerned, and also as far as constitutionalism is concerned. In very many countries across the continent, the politics of the day seem to dominate the landscape. And there have been arguments by eminent professors and scholars that it is the revolution that essentially shapes the constitutions that we have in most of these countries. Here in Uganda, of course, you know what happened in 1986. And then in 1995, we then ushered in a new constitutional dispensation that is still obtaining today. So in many ways, the struggles that we see across the continent shape the laws that we see in these countries. I think most recently you could look at what happened in Zimbabwe, in Sudan, and the other jurisdictions, and then the Arab Spring. So you see a situation where the politics of the day, the revolutions and the struggles on the streets and other spaces shape the laws that we see obtaining in these countries. And unfortunately, most of the laws that are put in place are always those that seek to curtail freedoms in a way that complicates the development of these freedoms and constitutionalism and the rule of law across the continent. So I think that from where we sit, we really have to get to a point where we are comfortable with the little inconveniences and the insecurities that come with the exercise of freedom for us to be able to achieve and enjoy the liberty for people to be able to express themselves in the way that, that they do, for people to be able to go to the road or to a public place and peacefully assemble and demonstrate, for people to be able to call out duty bearers if there are cases of corruption or abuse of office without fear of reprisal. But what you have now is you have over-regulation around issues of the civic space freedoms, and then you have the fragile state of the rule of law, where we know what happens with a number of our security forces and in the manner in which they enforce the laws. You have heard about the kidnappings and the disappearances, which of course complicate the process, because even if someone was to offend the law is clear. Someone should be arrested and taken to a police station. They should have a right to see their lawyer. They should have a right to see their next of kin or doctor, and they should be produced in court within no more than 48 hours. And then the charge should be read to them, and they should have an opportunity to have a fair trial where due process guarantees are respected. But when we have situations where laws are made to try and protect the regime, and also have a situation where the implementation or the enforcement of the laws also facing challenges in terms of practice, again, because of the politics of the day, then it's certainly worrying. It's a worrying trend for us.
Thank you. At least it's good that as a human rights defender, you still have the space to be able to speak and participate in this kind of conversations. Sure. Mr. Ivan Rugambwa, from what Tony says, I mean, there's lots of reason to worry in terms of the progress we're making or not making. But you mentioned something to do with security, and that ties to part of the thematic focus of our discussion. Where do you draw the line between the ideal and the practical? In the ideal situation, you, as the police officer, pick up a suspect, and in 48 hours, you're expected to have them produced before a court of law. You're expected to give them access to their lawyer, to the doctor, to their relative, and that kind of arrangement. But in fragile societies like ours, and by ours I mean what obtains in the greater part of the Great Lakes region, is it possible for us to strictly observe these rules as though we're operating in the ideal? What's your take on that?
Okay, yeah, it's fine now. Thank you very much, Ivan, and the lady in tech next to me, who is assisted with fixing this. It's good to be back here at Makerere and good to join this conversation. It's an interesting one because of the context in which we are having it. Maybe even not just the context, maybe in the global context that pertains today. Because like you rightly observe, security challenges are continuously evolving. Right, I think the fundamental shift in the security concerns started with the 2001, bombings, the September 11th bombings in the United States, and the ensuing war on terror declared by President Bush, which had global and far-reaching reverberations across the world. Because then the US then required that the threats, it had to pursue its security concerns from without, and those plotting whatever intent or interests had to roam the world in search of a safe haven. So the security challenges of today are not the same as those of the 20th century or of the 20th century or the 19th century. So right now, that's why we are seeing security going beyond just the physical policing of premises and protections, and now we are going into the digital realm. You've heard of software and spyware that's installed in phones. We've had concerns, those who extended further, like the Pegasus spyware we saw by the Israelites. We've seen, so every day, states are further improving their capacities to be able to monitor what's happening in and within and without their borders. And it's a complicated balancing act because it's very difficult to know where you draw the line between preventing any sort of security breaches and then extend and where you exceed into the realm of invasion of privacy, spying, and all of that. From the security standpoint, people will say, the states will say, it's better to be sorry. It's better to act from a preventative point of view than to cure Because if you ask Somalis, for example, it's very difficult to the routine bombings in cities. It's very difficult to know whether to say that those people want rights. The primary right they want is the primary right to security.
Ivan, is it really difficult to draw the line all the time, especially in the context of what Tony here says, that sometimes you have regime security versus national security? In other words, if it's national security, everyone in this room will understand and appreciate the reason and justification for certain rights to be limited in the interest of the common good. But is there a possibility that what obtains more often than not is the limitation of those rights in the interest of a narrow group of people whose preoccupation and only interest, or main interest for that matter, is to consolidate the hold on power and therefore trample on human rights in the name of security?
Obviously, there are those concerns, and we saw this. And by the way, in my other world, Ivan, I should tell you, I wear the hat of a human rights defender, myself. I work with a regional human rights organization called Defend Defenders, which tracks or whose primary responsibility is to protect human rights defenders and works or tracks human rights development in 11 countries in the Eastern Horn of Africa, in the Eastern Horn of Africa sub-region. So we noticed many of these trends, for example, during the COVID lockdowns and the enforced lockdowns, and so there is an overreach. There is obviously sometimes an overreach, and that overreach happens especially where you have limited scrutiny of security services, where you do not have a vibrant press to shed light, for example, on these violations, where you do not, where you have a closed civic, a closed civic space. So I think that to achieve the balance, the final point for me is to achieve the balance between rights protections and security concerns is you need the engaged agency of all stakeholders. On the security front, whose primary reflex or default position is security and which means infringing on some of the rights, and then the civil society actors who every day shed light on this on the overreach to be able to draw this.
Fantastic. Ivan, how would you rate Uganda in terms of creating and managing that delicate balance? How are we faring on a scale of 10?
On a scale of 10, on managing the managing the balance, the balancing.
Yes, the balance that you described.
I'd put it on I would give it 6. I'd score it 6. I think it's above average. We're capable of having these conversations. We have these researchers. My colleague here, Sempala, every day produces an annual index on freedom of the press and journalists. My colleague at Chapter 4, they every day are using this, and we're having these conversations
Tony,
where you have an engaged state.
Thank you, Ivan. On a scale of 10, how are we faring that balance as a country?
It's a complex one, but I think that I would put it, I think, at 5. Sure.
And Robert?
Hello. Very generous. I would put it at 5.
Safina? I'll give you time to present in more detail, but on a scale of 10, from what Ivan was presenting about the delicate balance.
I'm not going to be generous or modest like my fellow panels here, and I'll give the opinion from a woman's side who looks at women's rights protection. I wouldn't give it a 5. I think if we're going to look at the balance, maybe a solid 3.
Okay, so thank you, Ivan, for that presentation and the teaser on that delicate balance, which many countries really struggle with, and it's always work in progress. Let me come to Safina. From where you sit as someone working with women, for women, and doing work especially around victims of sexual violence. We've just recovered from a global pandemic that really shook the conscience of the world. How would you assess our performance as a country, as a region, broadly speaking, really, in terms of human rights, but with more emphasis on the women's side of things?
Thank you so much for that question. Yes, we have just come out of a pandemic, and this has intensified the violations of women and girls everywhere, not just in Uganda, but I'll draw examples from Uganda. For example, if you look at the statistics, the number of women who are reporting domestic violence skyrocketed. We had thousands and thousands of girls from different regions reporting teenage pregnancies. I don't like using that term because it focuses more on the girls than the men that rape them. And we also have seen an increase of sexual violence, and this has been reported not just in young people, but in the adults. And a very interesting part of the question that I think he left out was when we look at human rights, who is included and who isn't? I personally, from my experience on the grassroots levels and part of the women's movement building in Uganda, I would say that when we have a lot of people that claim to be human rights defenders, they tend to leave out women, which some feminist theory will explain as them not seeing women as human beings, ergo the need to be defended is not there. Another class of people who I would say their rights have been ignored, they're not part of a lot of conversations that we have, is the LGBT community, who was also affected by COVID-19 with the numerous raids, the lack of job security, the lack of security at all. And when we also look at the other effects of COVID on women, we have what is known as burnout, because a lot of women were doing, a lot of the housework while also looking after their kids, and it was very overwhelming. So we have a lot of women who are reporting burnout, and statistically speaking, more women were likely to report issues like depression and anxiety post-COVID. To double down on the rights of women, most in Africa, I will draw an example of Uganda, because we have issues pertaining culture. And a good example I would like to give is a member of parliament recently, during, I think it was the AU discussions, talked about how women cannot get rights to abortion, which is healthcare. And this is part of the rights of women as human beings. And he pointed this out to be rooted in culture. And this is why we have a lot of human rights issues, because it's either rooted in culture or, it will be a religion, and it affects women a lot. And I have this quote that I like to say, if the culture does not respect women, scatter it. Because there is no need for a culture that stays there that is not respecting the rights of one group of people vis-a-vis the others. And people make culture. Culture is not static. It can change. It's fluid. With time, different cultures get intertwined and they grow. So it's very possible to achieve the rights of women while changing the culture. And COVID, I think, has showed us that, because we had the culture of work changing. We had a lot of people working from home. So we need to change the Ugandan culture to look at protecting the rights of women. And then a lot of people will see me and say, oh, she's not Ugandan, how could she say such things? I am in fact a Ugandan, and I strongly believe that the culture needs to change to be more pro-women. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert, you work in and around protection of human rights and defense of defenders of rights, with more emphasis on the journalism space. There is a rumor in town that civics space is shrinking. I don't know if you've heard of the same, but do you buy the idea that there is such a thing as shrinking civic space in this country and in this region? And what impact does that have on the defense of human rights? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ivan. I entirely agree with you that indeed there is a shrinking civic space. Some people even say it already shrunk, so we can't be talking of shrinking, going by the different manifestations. And from where I sit at the Human Rights Network for Journalists Uganda, which is a media rights organization, we have seen persistently over time, closely to over 10 years, we've seen the numbers getting more and more by the day. And like Ivan here hinted, we produce a report, an annual one, and going by those statistics, you literally can see that it is shrinking. We only are very good at having to sugarcoat these shrinking trends. And if you're not very keen, you will not see it going down the drain until you really go into the statistics and talking to different victims of the rights abusers and tell you how they have now sophisticated in a way of meting out different practices that touch human rights. And regionally, you can see the trends of a shrinking space. We only have been able to defend it using national security, which of course remains very amorphous to all of us, because if you ask any of us what it is that entails national security, because it has not been demystified for all of us to appreciate, to comprehend. So one will tell you we're acting in the interest of national security, and for people who want a safe living environment, once there is a single mention of national security, they will say, okay, you guys go and do your work. But in the very essence, you have seen this manifest in Kenya during the elections. You've seen it in different regional counterparts when it comes to elections, when it comes to giving dissent space to flourish. It's extremely very difficult. And Ivan, and each of us, I think, on this panel will tell you that the space is shrinking. And if anything, this time is when we need to really up our actions to bring out these issues, but also appeal to the actors within these spaces to be very candid about consolidating the space and letting civic space be a thing for everyone, not only for the people who really understand these different geopolitics and can really bring fresh to them, but they should be felt by everyone. When we say civic space, what is it and who is in that space and how are they able to, how are they able to express themselves? How are they able to assemble? How are they able to, come and discuss with the powers that be and be heard, and then you really see them being listened to and action is taken. For me, that squarely speaks to a persistent trend of the space shrinking.
Thank you. Let me come to your neighbor, Mr. Rugambwa. As recently listening to an interview on the BBC, and there was a reference made to a meeting between President Biden of the US and President Xi Jinping, where Biden is quoted to have told some White House officials that he had a long discussion with President Xi of China. And President Xi told him, this is a century not for democracy, but for autocracy. And he said, to use the words of Lee Kuan Yew sometime back, emphasis mine in brackets, that you need some iron in the fist to achieve certain development objectives of this century. And Ivan, do you think that what Mr. Sempala is describing is simply a microcosm of a larger resentment towards the idea or assumption of democracy working for everyone, and possibly the emerging trend that it's actually fine to have some bit of autocracy, and Vladimir Putin is making that point. The Chinese are making that point. The Arabs are making that point in the Middle East and in the Gulf. And therefore, there is a kind of pushback to the idea of universal human rights, for example, or a universal or univocal idea of democracy. What's your reading of that global power play?
Ivan, I think that globally and across historical time and geographical space, as states have tried or have been in the process of consolidating and consolidating power, enforcing their borders, the issue of rights has tended oftentimes to play has oftentimes been a secondary consideration to the primary consideration, which is state sovereignty and sovereign borders and state security and everything. We're talking about this, I think, as way back as the 17th century, when Europe was still reconfiguring its borders through conquests, the Napoleonic Wars, the Prussian, wars, and all of that. I think it was Bismarck who said that the great questions of the day shall not be solved by long speeches and the decisions of the majority, but by blood and iron. And so I think that
even for a country that is looking at and discussing transition, that sounds a very interesting line. What do you think?
No, I think that I was bringing this historical context to bring us the attention of the fragility of states like ours. Because if China, a country that has existed for millennia, can come at this standpoint in the 21st century, then you have to sit back and consider states like Uganda, which have only existed for 60 years. You have fragile ones in the DRC, and most of which actually do not exist as nation states. So in which case, the points of consensus and compromise by the people, by the existing citizens of those countries, the points of consensus and compromise are very few. So there is more contestation, there are more disagreements, and I would argue that these are inevitable fractures, or these are inevitable points around which people have to struggle to be able to arrive at a consensus. So if you ask me, I think that for fragile young countries like our own, especially in the developing world, arriving at a place where you have maybe in Swedish, the Scandinavian countries, because I imagine those are the pinnacle of rights observance. If you consider the policing West, the global West, and you consider the contradictions with people like Snowden, like Edward or Julian Assange, who is now being extracted to the US, you realize that across all these countries, these contradictions exist, and that any rights observation, democratic practice is a constant negotiation, constantly negotiated, which requires the engaged participation of all actors, with the civil society actors pushing the state and checking it through a vibrant press, through a function, a vibrant judiciary, and the state trying to ensure the security of the citizens, which is the primary obligation of states across the world.
Thank you, Ivan. In my language, Anthony, we say, "Umshire yagamoro zungu." The man has really spoken English. You have a quick response to him before I bring on board Hannah Schneider from the Munich Security Conference, who will be joining us online.
Yeah, yes, sure, Ivan. So quickly, if I may just respond to something Sempala had said earlier, the concept that civic space is shrinking presupposes that civic space is shrinking on its own. And from where I sit, there are forces operating around civic space. and that is why it is in the state in which it is in. So because of that, I am inclined to use the word closing civic space, because there are forces operating around that civic space, and it is those forces that we need to discuss. Coming back, just quick response.
What are those forces in a few seconds?
So the forces, of course, the first is the legal framework that we have in place. So you have the parliament passing laws that appear to be clawing back on the freedoms that were well established in the 1995 Constitution, and also beyond what is provided for under the permissible limitations in the broader universal conversation about human rights. That conversation can go on for the whole evening, but we know that there are laws that are in place that appear to be restricting those spaces. But away from that, of course, we also have concerns on practice, where you have excessive use of force in policing assemblies, for example, the issue of targeting and roughing up journalists for doing their work and the like. But away from that, again, in response to Rugambwa, I just wanted to say that away from that transition question, the issue of iron and blood and all, I think we need to get to a point where we have a conversation about tolerance. Just the fact that we're able to sit back and let people talk, let people go and express themselves, let people ask the questions if it's about accountability, let people make proposals if they think there's a law that would be better, let people ask for justice. It shouldn't be so difficult. And I think that if we practice the culture of tolerance, there will be space for all of us. This country is big enough for all of us.
Incidentally, if you look at the history of Uganda, of course, there's no tendency, which President Museveni is the biggest promoter of, and I saw that coming up here, to discuss Uganda as though Uganda started in 1986, and as though there was no society called Uganda before that, or if it was there, it was totally dysfunctional. But anyway, we'll go back to that quarrel later. But what Ivan describes as, of course, quoting that German fellow, was that German? The Prussian fellow. Yeah. That the questions of the day shall not be solved by fine speeches, but by blood and iron. That's actually been the story of Uganda. Perhaps except us getting independence without a lot of bloodshed, as the Kenyans did with Mau Mau and the Tanzanians with the rebellion there. We've had political questions being mediated through blood and iron. And the culture of tolerance seems not to be the basis upon which political transitions in this country have been mediated. What does that mean for security? I see Ivan appears to disagree, but you can jump in.
I'm inclined to disagree, and I think that if you, there has been historically, there have been obviously very ugly moments in our national political engagements, and we can point them out. The 1966, Kabaka crisis, the coup of 1971 and the preceding, 8 years. We have the war in 1981, 1985. Then you have the North, conflict, in the North in the early days of the NRM government. But I think that what you see in Obote, for example, Obote's style and Museveni is today, I think that the road has always been a secondary or last fallback position. It has not been the primary weapon wielded. Because how do you explain, for example, the current context? Today, the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs is the latest person to take slack for, for crossing the aisle and working the status quo. In Museveni's bid to build what we call a broad base. And the fact that you have former leaders of the FDC now at the helm of our parliament, both as speaker and deputy speaker. The fact that you have historically the Maratobos, who are the current opponents of the current, out there criticizing when they've been previously inside. I think there is a semblance, of engagement, and the blemishes of last year of November 18th and 19th, the Kasese, the Kasese incidents, are anecdotes. I can footnotes to the question of political engagement in Uganda, not the mainstay of engagement.
Okay, I'll share my views of a drink after this, but let me allow Safina jump in.
I think what we need to discuss when we get into these spaces is not just, the civic society and the government, but we also need to discuss the people as well. Because yes, we know the rights that should be there. We know the rights that should exist. But how many people in Uganda, with the education system that we have, with the knowledge that spreads, how we disperse knowledge out there, how many Ugandans know their basic rights? And if you're going to look at the numbers, it's not that many. So how are you going to get people that don't know their rights to fight for something they don't know that they are entitled to? So when we look at having these conversations, it's very important to think about them because they are stakeholders. They are the people with the rights. We are the people with the rights. And that's why you find a lot of times there's pushback on human rights defenders because they don't understand what you're fighting for. And if they don't understand and and that connect does not exist, then we're going to be having these conversations over and over again without getting anywhere.
Thank you, Safina, for that smart presentation. We're discussing human rights and I don't want to be accused of exclusion. So let me bring on board with utmost humility Hannah Schneider, Program Manager at the Munich Security Conference, who will speak to us and share nuggets of wisdom in the next 8 minutes, after which the ball shall bounce to Mr. Sempala. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ivan. I hope you can hear me. I'm honored to join this panel and I'm learning so much listening to my fellow panelists. So thank you very much for having me participate in this session. Just as Safina has talked about the need to discuss human rights at the very local level, I would like to also zoom out to the global level and maybe begin with a quote from my former professor from South Africa, who taught us the basic theories of international relations. And what was always most important to him was that we understood his concern that it is not possible to gain a proper understanding of the international relations of our time without taking individual human rights seriously. And if we look at all global political events that are happening at the moment, whether it is the G20 gathering in Bali, Indonesia, the COP27 climate conference in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, or also the Football World Cup just about to start in Doha, Qatar, we know that human rights are at the core of foreign and security policy around the globe. Yet I believe that it seems that they are still often not taken seriously enough or not being prioritized enough at the center stage. And maybe the example of the climate crisis and the COP conference that I've just been able to attend with the Munich Security Conference is a good example of this crucial role that human rights play in global politics. Because we all know, and it is evident, that climate change severely affects a broad range of internationally assured human rights. And while it is mostly countries from the global north, such as my home country, Germany, who are responsible for the brunt of global emissions, it is individual citizens in countries like Somalia, Kenya, countries that you've mentioned before, who are disproportionately affected by the security risks, by the human rights violations that terrible natural disasters such as droughts and floods cause on their daily lives. And my colleagues at the Munich Security Conference described this quite well, I think, in a report that they published in 2020 and named it a polypandemic, meaning that we witness a spiral of global crises consisting of the COVID-19 pandemic, hunger, poverty, and at least the climate crisis, where it is, again, those people most vulnerable who are affected the most by this accumulation of crises. And what we see is that, again, human rights are at the center of these crises, and so is security policy. And I think that only by acknowledging that we need to see both security risks and human rights violations to millions of individual human beings at the core of these crises is what will allow both global leaders at an international level, but also local human rights defenders to address these crises with the urgent attention and action that is needed. And I think that both as these notions of human rights and security should be taken seriously now at the climate conference, where leaders are discussing concrete action, for example, on adaptation to climate change, on questions of justice, of loss and damage to individual human beings. We always need to remind us of this acknowledgement that human rights are central and a crucial part of every global forum. At the Munich Security Conference, we aim to do our small part in order to forefront human rights by pushing these topics, especially also on the notion of human security, to the top of our agenda at the discussions that we host on foreign and security policy around the globe. And I'm very grateful that the Kampala Geopolitics Conference has invited me today to also speak on this topic. So thank you very much, and thanks to all my fellow panelists.
Thank you so much. And thank you to the IT team for being able to make that possible. Robert, you spoke about shrinking civic space. Let me just pose an academic question, which will help us unpack. When you talk about civic space, that space is not homogeneous. In other words, when we talk about civil society, there is 1,000 components of civil society. Is there such a thing as space shrinking for particular segments of civil society, or the situation is so bad that if you're doing work around HIV and AIDS and you are tussle, the state is watching over you? If you're doing work around sanitation, the state is watching over you? Or the state in Uganda and the rest of the region has particular interest in people like you that want to be what in Akaramojong we call to have lugezigezi on the matters of politics and statecraft.
Thank you very much indeed. Generally, civic space cannot be delinked from any aspect of life because people look at it differently. But those that are really most targeted, that have fallen more victims, those that occupy the civil and political rights space, less over those in the areas of the economy, areas of literally cultural, social rights have been safer. But even in the civil society spectrum and civil and political rights, we have seen more of, say, the journalists being increasingly targeted because they are the vehicles to every other rights that we're talking about. They occupy each of those spaces. They play a very important role in enlightening and giving space to different voices to come through. They create a platform for discussion of many things, including rights abuses and violations. So that area has been increasingly targeted, but also the defenders of defenders, like the human rights defenders, those that really stand out for on behalf of others, have been really at the heat of the incarcerations more than any other person. And even in within the political sector, there are those that have increasingly been co-opted that Ivan talked about a little bit. Say you see so and so, is close to this one. They are even sitting and talking. Sometimes it's by coercion that one accepts to peacefully live, and I guess increasingly willingly close to.
I've never heard of anyone being coerced to the dining table, but continue.
So you live to see light for another day. Many have adopted to such a life. Not that they are, comfortable sitting close, because recently we had an appearance in Parliament, giving views on, the Computer Amendment Bill then, now an act. And many legislators would come to you and tell you, we entirely agree with you, and your submissions are excellent. It's good you guys have come. You're going to inform our decisions, our report. And then the very people signed on the report in support. Only one didn't sign. So you go to them and ask them, what happened? Says, man, you can be targeted in that house and you can't even, have a right to speak anymore. And my colleague here, Rianda Komakeki, Honorable, has been there, will tell you how, things play out. Sometimes people have, adopted to peaceful coexistence, not because they really have achieved. So when we talk of the civic space actors, there are those that will not walk with their heads high. For instance, if you are in advocacy services, like we all are, and you're not in service provision, you're targeted more. But if you're digging boreholes, if you're giving books to schools, if you're donating materials to health centers, there you're safer and everybody will come. The RDC will come to officiate. They will all speak to you as a good person, as opposed to when you go to amplify the voices of those whose rights have been taken away. It really becomes a huge, huge crime in every little sense. And we've been documenting torture victims. Majority of them have not been in the area of service provision. They've been into advocacy, really being the eyes and ears of others, whether as individuals or as groups or an individual. Individuals are picked. A lot has happened. And so when we're mapping out.
Robert, does that mean that the problem then is with how our politics is configured? Because if someone feels threatened by people that are organizing or amplifying voices, then they've got to come hard at them. Does that speak to just how messy our politics is?
Our politics is a bit amorphous. And the factors at play tend to favor certain actors, even when you're coming from the same house. Say, even when you were in the opposition, for instance, if we were to go to politics generally, they will map out people who are really friendly. They will be allowed to organize, to assemble a bit.
Let me bring in Mr. Masaki, and then I come to Safina. Tony, can we, as a developing country, consolidate the gains we've made in the advancement of human rights when the funding, the narrative, the validation, the assessment of progress is really being done by someone in Brussels or in Washington or in Norway or in Sweden? In other words, you do not have, in my humble view, a critical mass of elite in these parts of the world. By these parts of the world, I mean Uganda and the rest of the region, that can invest in these processes to say, let's fight to enlarge the territory of human rights and freedoms. It's got to be someone sitting down midnight, writing a proposal, a grant application, and then being at the mercy of a white man, white woman somewhere in one of the Western capitals, for that person to then come to these young men and women at Makerere University and say, let's go and fight for human rights. And then there is an allowance at the end of a human rights awareness workshop. Can we as society really build human rights on the basis of this tokenism? Thank you.
Thank you, Ivan. Before I address the question, I'd just like to clarify something small. We are, as human rights defenders in this country, at a point where we are able to, first of all, determine our own objectives. We are also able to make our own assessments. Robert here and HRNJ publish an index on the state of press freedom in the country every year. we don't have to depend on the international reports because we have our own reports here as well.
Yeah, but you would need the white man to fund you to go to Hotel Africana to launch that report and to facilitate the production of that report.
Now,
if you went to Mr. Lendro Komakech or Mr. Ivan Okuda and asked him to do that, he would possibly tell you, I've just paid school fees. So you have to revert to Brussels.
Yeah. No, indeed, Ivan, the question of philanthropy, I think is where you are venturing into. That's a complex conversation that we can have another day. And I agree with you that there is a problem of philanthropy in Africa. And I think the reason really is this concept of giving. And I have seen conversations by the Uganda National NGO Forum, by Civil South Africa, and other partners starting these conversations just to see how we can contribute more to the philanthropy that aims to support civil society organizations. So the hope is that we'll get to a point where we are able to also support most of these initiatives on our own. But having said that, I would like to clarify that getting financial support from a partner who is not Ugandan or in the country does not in any way mean that you're advancing their cause. For example, we know that the government gets a lot of support in foreign direct investment and support from the World Bank, the IMF, and other partners. That does not mean that then the government is not sovereign, or that it's not trying to do the things that they are committed to do for the people that voted them into power. So in one way, the question of philanthropy is one that we can have a conversation about. There's the ideal situation where we should get to a point where we can be able to invest in the things that we want to see. But we're at this situation where we have partners who are happy to support. The critical thing for me is, as human rights defenders and civil society actors in these spaces, we have to determine the agenda, the objectives, and then if they support towards that goal, then that should be okay. And of course, we must also be alive to our history, the context in which we operate in, and we're keen to that, of course.
Safina, I like what you said. People-centeredness, let's focus more on people. From where you sit, what will it take, or possibly what steps are you taking from your space to build indigenous organic support for the things that you stand for? The idea of equality, the idea of liberty, the idea of these freedoms, without us really being at the mercy of people elsewhere.
I will start off with his point, where he said IMF and the World Bank are just helping. My expert opinion, as someone that studied international relations, that is not true. I don't think that is true. There are strings attached when they give aid to countries, when they give aid to organizations. And speaking from the perspective of someone that has worked with donors, there are very tight restrictions in how you can do your work, in who you can help. So I think it's important to have these conversations instead of ignoring them, because then, like he said, the spaces become tighter and tighter. Of course, we don't have money. I don't think any organization can go to another Ugandan organization and ask for this amount of money and it will be given to them. A lot of the aid that we receive is from outside sources. But I think it's important to strike that line where you say, I am not going to, where you basically don't bend over backwards, for lack of better words. You need to have that sort of sovereignty, not just as a country, but as a person, as an organization. There are some rules that you simply should not accept to police how you work. From what we have done as an organization at Frauen is a lot of our activities are funded through crowdsourcing. We have donors who are Ugandan citizens that say, at the end of the month, take this much salary, but that's not enough. That cannot be enough. And it's important even without, there's this thing that I really hate that a lot of organizations do is they have these little meetings in Sheraton and Serena where they discuss the same things over and over again. They just keep going round in circles. And I always feel like that money can be rerouted to something that is community-based. Like if you're going to go there to discuss menstrual health, and even the government does this sometimes, they'll discuss menstrual health like 3 times in a year. And it's like, this is something that could have been an email. You could send out an email with a report. Instead, why don't you reroute this money to community-based work? And that is what we try to do as an organization. This is something that I try to do as a person as well. And I have actually called out a few organizations for this. I think UN Women, so will stand as evidence. I have called them out for this. And as human rights defenders, it's important we call them out for this, be it the government, be it the embassies, be it UN organizations. How many times are we going to have these conversations and they just stay here on the stage, on the platform, instead of manifesting in communities? And that's something we need to, even after we leave this, I don't want to come back next year and we're still having the same conversations, because that means as human rights defenders, we have not gone anywhere. We're not doing our job right. So let's push for these organizations. Instead of having these conversations over and over again, how about you manifest it in the community?
Thank you. Robert, I know you're itching to say something, but Mr. Rugambwa, from where you sit and from your vantage point, should we be concerned that the human rights discourse and agenda is really shaped by, and with utmost due respect, people that do this noble work, by people that do it, A, as part of a career. In other words, if they woke up at the age of 46 and decided they're tired of this thing and they want to possibly try their career development at the World Bank, their discussion then changes to World Bank. B, by organizations that have to struggle through the bureaucracy and sometimes really dignity draining process of pleading for funding from the West, and that the human rights discourse and agenda in this country and in this region is shaped by these kind of things, and not organic movements from the roots upwards. Thank you.
I mean, that should be obvious. Even when you just look back in the history of this country, there is no single point where this country or any of our gains, political or economic gains, where these have been gained from without or from outside. When you go back, politically, when you look at the fight against Amin, yes, they had the support of the Tanzanians, but Tanzania was only able to come to complement the efforts of a significant number of Ugandan exiles and Ugandan professionals who were outside spread across the African continent, and the groups like FUNASA and the other indigenous Ugandans that were able to marshal this effort and be able to liberate this country. So across this historical time, when the Americans, for example, were struggling with questions of slavery and civil rights, there is no country on the outside that came to bear upon them to gain the sort of rights that they gained in 1964. And even the current continuous struggle, it has been an internal, continuous effort by the various constituent groups in that country. So that, I don't think anybody should have illusions about that. But Ivan, for me, the point, and I wanted to emphasize here, is that we tend oftentimes in our discourse and in our conversations to focus so much on the civil and political rights, which I think is really focusing on the trees and losing sight of the forest. Right now, in Somalia, recently in Karamoja, citizens are struggling with famine, with hunger, with the rights to access to healthcare and many of these other issues. So I think that for me, the biggest concern on the rights front should be the social and economic rights, because those are struggles at bare existence. is the questions of freedom and the democratic practice and all those things are important, yes. But I would, in my view, I would say those need to come after the very immediate, struggles. And for example, I find very few organizations in the human rights world focused on, say, for example, on enforcing those social and economic rights. For example, we have not seen public interest litigation or anything on holding Uganda to protocols like, Maputo Protocol on health and commitments to health, on agriculture budget, on ensuring sustainable food systems for this country, so that you don't have people dying this modern day and age with a land as fertile as Uganda is. That you do not have Africans, for example, held at ransom by a war millions of miles away in Ukraine because we need wheat to be shipped from Ukraine to come back into these countries. And yet, oftentimes on these panels, you find ourselves talking about freedom of the press, freedom of speech, freedom of how do we weigh our democratic practice? Was the election free and fair? And I find like this is a deliberate, a sort of, I would say even deliberate diversion, because the West are more focused on channeling funding to this sort of advocacy, and very rarely are they focusing on the social and economic front, where most of the livelihood, majority of the people exist.
Maybe to be fair, the same West channels far bigger sums of money in the name of development assistance to our governments, and our governments can afford to pay not less than 400 members of parliament, now 500, in one of the countries in East Africa, a salary of up to $10,000, can afford to have the president have donations in the excess of hundreds of billions, and afford to have shadowy characters in the political space of the full figure type being gifted SUVs, as people in Karamoja are starving to death, as children in Acholi are dying of nodding disease because they cannot access medicine. Shouldn't that also be of concern, really?
Of course it is, and this is what I'm focusing on. You see, what I am talking about is, unlike you, I am not arguing that this conversation on rights is the preserve of the state. Obviously, of course, the state are the primary guarantors of rights. But this conversation we are having, the organization, if you check all of us, the organizations we work to supplement the efforts, we are part of civil society, whose responsibility is to check, hold government accountable, and shed light on other issues that the government may not look into. And I'm asking, you check across the panel, how many of our organizations here are focused on the social and economic rights I am talking about? How many? Just check with our panel. And this is why I am saying, yeah, I'm saying you might be a minority. This is what I am saying is that all forces, the forces of an advocacy for rights and for human rights, should really primarily concern ourselves with this, because these are the everyday struggles, the everyday challenges. Majority of our people, Ivan, have very limited. If you ask how many people, for example, what is happening in the parliament, what is happening, very few people are interested, but people are struggling every day now with the rising cost of living. People are struggling to find, to afford household items, and this is as a result of systematic policies by the state, for example, that undermine those rights, and yet very few or a very small chunk of advocacy is focused on that front.
You have really touched the most sensitive parts of many people. And Anthony wants to say something, Robert is itching to say something. But let Safina just add on what you said, because she builds your point. You guys are in the same WhatsApp group on this one, and then I'll exit the group and bring on board Anthony and Robert.
To add on what he said, I think there is a need for intersectionality when it comes to human rights advocacy and human rights organizations, and there's a need for solidarity. Like he said, a lot of people are focusing on, policies, but there's no one in the economic and social sector that is on this panel or in these conversations, and we can't have one without the other. So if we're going to look at advancing people's political rights, how are we going to do that if people are not really interested in that conversation? because they need to work on advancing their livelihood. So what we need to do is look at all because a person is not just their political rights. They're also, what they eat at home, what they can say in public, who they can be as a person. So we need to look at human rights from all those angles and not just, freedom of press or, how can you demonstrate in town? We need to look at affordability of livelihood, sustainability of livelihood. And I think that's what the point he was trying to get across.
Thank you.
Ivan,
Allow
just,
me, in
just a
the
second.
interest of time, exercise some bit of dictatorship, because it's the only opportunity I have to have a feel of what dictators can do and with power when they have it. So allow me, you'll capture your thoughts in the closing remarks, which will be 1 minute for each person. Allow me invite the audience to make their contribution to this debate. Informed questions only, and expressed in good, crisp, clear English. Mr. Joel Mukisa, and then after Mr. Mukisa, the Honorable and the lady behind the Honorable. Thank you.
Don't you think the expressed in crispy English is an extension of colonialism?
Thank you
I'll
so much,
replay that
Ivan.
later, but yeah.
Thank you so much, Ivan. For me, the question and my comment is about civil society and human rights discourse in this country. We are at university, and you can see how filled this audience is. Students who are supposed to be interested in ideas at any ideological level are not interested in the discourse about human rights. But Mr. Sempala, putting on his tie, perhaps late in the night, is talking to a German-based NGO, telling them, we need money and these things actually matter. So do these things actually matter to Ugandans? That's a question we should ask. Because Makerere is here. And if you look at all the organizations here, I think Makerere maybe provided you with only brick and mortar. In terms of ideas, students are not here, and these things maybe, if it was a wedding meeting, you would have people here. If it was a burial meeting, you would have people here. So you have people who speak high and wear fly shoes and everything, speaking things that actually do not matter to Ugandans. So even this conference itself, where we are talking about human rights, there was pieces of this people. You have the Ivan Okudas, a very slick man, the Rugambas, and elite. So this is not a conversation for the Umuntu Awansi, who you claim to represent. Thank you so much.
Can I tackle that question?
Thank you, Joel, but better quality than quantity. You better have a room of people that are committed to having the discussion and interested than simply having people filling up the room for the sake of. Honorable Leandro Komakech.
As the mic gets to him, I'd like to answer his question and emphasize what I said earlier about breaking down these things to involve the community. Like he said, we're in Makerere and we would expect this room to be full because these are the next generation of leaders, but they're not here. It's because maybe they didn't know, or like I said earlier, you can't have people discuss and fight for rights that they're not aware of.
Thank you, moderator. Just came back to make sure I listened to this conversation. Possibly let me introduce myself. I can hear some people say, hey, who is this? My name is Leandro Komakech. I represented the people of Gulu municipality in the 10th Parliament of Uganda. And I was one of your representatives, actually, who tabled the bill on the National Human Rights Defenders and Protection Bill of 2020. Now, the issue you're raising here is about our responsibility as citizens to ensure that we make sure government enforces or have obligations to protect our rights. If you looked at Article 50 of the 1995 Constitution, it is very clear to all Ugandans, very clear, very clear. And it is a big surprise that we are not creating the critical mass to ensure that these obligations are realized through laws to ensure that this constitution is respected. And that's where the challenge is. I would be very happy this afternoon if all of you gave petitions to revive that bill. That bill has been retabled in the 11th Parliament. We are fighting tooth and nail to ensure that this framework allows, because when you look from the Universal Declaration
and all the regional instruments and all the protocols and everything to the 1995 Constitution. The framework is good, but are there laws that can enforce to ensure that this Constitution is respected? This is where the gap is. We have only done one. The enforcement law is operational, but I have not seen anybody go to court to ensure that some of these rights are enforced. We talk of human rights defenders. The journalists are on the front line of these challenges. We need them on board so that this law is passed this 11th Parliament. Now, that would actually make us begin a move to ensure that Uganda can be monitored in terms of how they are respecting their rights. As long as the law is not in place, we are going to talk until dawn. So let us get a way of making sure that the Human Rights Defenders and Protection Bill 2020 is passed in this 11th.
Thank you.
For me, that is my request.
Thank you, Honorable. Ordinarily, members of parliament, former or serving, are supposed to represent the people. So I would make a decree that he has spoken for all of you, but let's have a lady speak. It would be sacrilegious not to have a female voice on this from the audience.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, I'm really proud of the work you're all doing. I think for me, something came up when you are all speaking, and I think you're all doing very, important work, but you should maybe look into, and maybe you could even discuss it here today now, the idea of human rights marketing. A lot of what you do is important, passionate, personal projects, but to answer it, my point comes from the question you raised for Safina about boosting indigenous organic support. Just how much of your work is documented and retained and publicized, not just for funding purposes, not just for governmental purposes, but actually to, trickle down to us, because if we can't fight for what we don't know. And even if we know, we the elite know just, the little that we know, I'd imagine how much less others know. And so when it comes to that, I would also like for you to discuss how you intend to tackle the issue of sanitizing your messages in, as you prepare for funding, as you prepare to be squeezed by, an oppressive government, if I might. So how do you plan your messages and your agenda to not become a sellout and tackle every area of human rights, even the ones that are not easy to talk about, even the ones that are not fashionable to talk about? Yeah.
The beauty of not having to be subjected to an election is that you can afford not to take a popular decision. So I'll revert to the panel again. Sorry, we run out of time, but Mr. Sempala, quick response and your closing remarks in a minute, please.
Thank you very much. I want to respond to my colleague's issue of the room not being full. Maybe the meeting was by strict invitation, and you can understand. But also, discussions like this normally, even out in the public, do not attract us enough attention because many look at them as risky, not safer, as you would for a wedding meeting or burial or any other things. So you that are here are the real people we want to talk to, but you're going to spread the message. To Ivan about whether we can get money locally and not indigenize the work we do. It's not true that we do not reach out to local people to support our work, but most of them are too scared. Even when they give you money, they say, don't carry my logo, don't mention my organization or my business, but you go and do the work. I think there is a lot of fear that has gripped so many people that are willing to come out of their comfort and support efforts like these ones. So the fact that the West supports entities like this, discussions like this, should not be seen as us not making
measurable efforts to reach out to the local ones. Even when it is about political campaigning, many people give out money and say, don't mention my name, don't ever. So it's about demystifying this thing called fear, yeah? For many to speak out, there are very many that share what we subscribe to, but very few that can come out ably, regularly, to speak about them and live freely. So I think for me, these are two issues. Fear, and then who is here? Who is here should never be a problem for any of us here. Because we are the seeds, we are going to plant, to sow these seeds, and they are going to, spread across.
Mr. Rugamba, before you respond to the questions from the audience, has fear percolated so hard that people would not even come for human rights discussion like this at this great university?
Again, Ivan, I think that this fear aspect is overstated. And this is not to say it doesn't exist, but it exists in only a very narrow aspect of rights. If you're talking about political rights, specifically political and civil rights, which is a very narrow component of the rights conversation we are having today. For example, Ivan, I can tell you right now, you are having an avalanche of multinational capital today flocking into this country, the wider East Africa and Africa, led by the China's Belt and Road Initiative. We are all, as a continent, in an infrastructure boom and all of these things. The operations of multinational capital are having very grave implications on rights, on workers' rights, on labor rights, on the security of workers and whether they get employment benefits like medical insurance, whether they get due compensation, whether the extraction of resources and all these things are existing or happening in a regulated context of rights and all this. But how many of our organizations are focusing on those on these rights, for example? How many people are even aware of this multinational capital and its implications for the wider economic situation of the country, but also the rights of citizens? So I think we need to
probably
expand.
Because the more the money involved, the faster the drone comes for you.
The more no, Ivan, do not be a cynic. I like to use this statement that you are behaving like a person. I think it was H.L. Mencken who said the cynic is a person who, when he smells flowers, looks around for a coffin. It is not that bad. So do not be the quintessential cynic. It is very possible to advocate for rights and gain a popular appeal if you are advancing legitimate rights that affect the majority of the people, rather than confining ourselves in the narrow prism of civil and political rights.
I see you really have you've really impacted on segments of the audience. I hope that those hand claps are not trying to bribe me to give
I'm matched with a check.
Safina, any quick response to what the Honorable and the two members of the audience asked?
I think they made valid points, so I'm going to give my time to the lady in the hijab who has had her hand up since the beginning to ask her question.
Oh, so generous and kind of you. Please have the honor of saying something to this audience. Quick introduction, your name, what you do.
Thank you very much, my sister Safina. My name is Sacha Doreen. I work as a human rights defender, FIDA Uganda. Well, looking at that, I'll just reflect on the 3 pillars of the UN guiding principles on human rights that are to protect, respect, and third, remedy. As a matter of implementing human rights, I think the 3 pillars are actually missing because there are a lot of emotional and physical insecurities that are still prevailing, from illegal land evictions in favor of investors, sexual gender-based violence, women unpaid care work, and these are affecting vulnerable and marginalized women, grassroots women that have failed to access justice. I would like my sister, Safina, to throw more light on the need for the national legal aid that will actually help the poor, vulnerable women to attain justice. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Oh, I totally didn't expect to be put
Have the
on.
pleasure to respond. I mean, to throw more light as you've been requested.
I respond? As someone that works in FIDA, I'm sure you understand the bureaucracies that when it comes to fighting for women's rights. A lot of people, first of all, don't even think that women should get paid for care work. When it was a law passed in Nairobi, I saw a lot of Ugandan men online saying, oh my goodness, how dare she? She's my wife. Why should I pay for her work? Because they don't recognize it as work. And this comes down to what I've been emphasizing, which is making people aware of these things. As a woman, it is your right to know that what I'm doing is work. And there are a lot of times when people say women get paid less because they don't work as much in the office, because they say, oh, you're gonna get pregnant and then 9 months you're off duty, or you're gonna have your period and then ask for a break. But when in the reality is women do actually work more hours than men. And this is something you could look up if you disagree with the statistics. And women should get paid for all the work that they do. So it starts with making people aware of this. And then I believe in being radical. He was saying something about sitting on the table with your fellow oppressors. And because of that, you brush shoulders and you don't push for something that you want to push for and believe in. I don't believe in that. I believe you should be radical. You should be more straightforward with what you require, what you need, what you're fighting for. And what's this word? I think you should be more, I want to say, there's a word at the tip of my tongue, but what's that word that a lot of people hate using? More, it's not violent, but push harder for what you believe in. Not because someone you're sitting on the table with is coercing how you should think. I don't think we're going to get anywhere if you're simply coerced to believe other things. So you should be more radical in your work and say, this is what I want and this is what I'm going to get.
Thank you. Let's have Hannah, if she's still online. Nicholas, by any chance? Give us closing remarks in 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, Ivan. And I would like
as
to...
you get her on, there's a guy here in a white overall. He reminds me of Kanda Bongoman. He's been itching to say something. So as Hannah is being connected, I hope you have something sensible to say and not just, yeah? Give him the mic.
Thank you very much. In fact, I've been praying and God has answered my prayer. The fact is, when we talk about human rights, all the gentlemen in front there, they are only talking of how to.
You didn't introduce yourself.
First of all, by the names, I'm Opeitum Philbert, a student of law at Kampala International University, a patriot, a Pan-Africanist, and the 2063 African giant. That is me. As we talk about human rights, I remember when I was in primary, they used to tell us that prevention is better than cure. But when you look at all these organizations, all of them are just aiming at curing the disease. But the fact is, the state has denied Article 4 of the Constitution, which carries all this. If we promote public awareness of this Constitution and public awareness of the rights, people themselves will stand for themselves. I've never seen anyone coming to liberate anyone. But when a person knows what he is supposed to do, the person will stand for himself. Therefore, I'm just calling to all of you, what we are supposed to do first is to tell the people what they have. It is theirs. But all of you just come that you are coming to do what? To cure the disease which has already affected the people. How are the people going to, after suffering and you're coming to cure the disease? Prevent.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Thank you for not disappointing. Well done. Let's have Hannah in 2 minutes, and then Tony will send us home or into traffic jam.
Thank you very much, Ivan. And I would just like to repeat Safina's words, which I find really inspiring and take away as a motivation from today's discussion, that we need to make people more aware of the rights that they have and that they're able to claim, whether it's on the individual level, on the local level, or in big fora as the Geopolitics conference that we have here today, or the Munich Security Conference that I work with. And I believe that there's still much work to be done to show that human rights are actually central to all the politics that we witness every day. So I'm very much looking forward to taking the conversation forward with you. And thanks again for having me on the panel. I learned a lot from listening to you and hope to stay in touch with everyone. Thanks very much.
To the closure. Adija asked a question on the National Legal Aid Bill to be said, that say something. This is just information. For the last 2 years, we have been processing this bill. This bill, I tabled it myself. It was my bill as a private member, which I moved on the floor. And I'm happy to inform this conference that the Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee has completed processing the bill for second reading last Sunday. So tomorrow or Thursday, the bill will be in order paper. So you just keep on the look. At least that one will be sorted out. Thank you.
Mr. Anthony Masake, you have the opportunity to send these young men and women out of here by giving us a closing remarks.
Thank you so much, my brother Ivan. I just want to use my minute just to touch on 3 key things. The first is to thank Honorable Riandio Kamakech for the support on that legal aid bill. I know the journey you have traveled with LASPNet and FIDA and other partners, and I want to salute you for all the support that you've given us. Secondly, is just to address that issue of a contestation between economic, civil cultural rights and civil and political rights. I want to just emphasize one point. Civil and political rights is beyond partisan politics. It's about the freedom, your freedom to express yourself, which is critical, whether you're talking about care work, whether you're talking about legal aid, whether you're advocating for a law, whether it's in tech or whatever it is, your freedom to express yourself. And then the freedom to associate, to come together, whether it's a trade union, an association of students, that freedom is part of the civil and political rights. And then, of course, you have the broader issues of liberty, access to justice, and all that. So the point I'm making is civil and political rights, in many respects, is the oxygen of the broader human rights conversation. So in whatever we do, it is extremely important that we put out this information so that the citizens, as the rights holders, and I agree with you, as rights holders, the people should be able to speak out for these things. When we're talking about the legal aid law, it's the people who are supposed to be asking for this law. It shouldn't even be civil society organizations or human rights defenders, yeah? But why don't they ask for it? It's simply because of the awareness and the information. And we can only do that when we gather more ground on advancing civil and political rights awareness so that people can speak out for these things. The situation in Karamoja, the people there also need to be able to engage in these spaces and be able to hold the duty bearers, the leaders to account, because they collect taxes to do certain things. And these questions have to be asked. They cannot be asked unless people know the parameters of their freedom of expression, association, and assembly. But having said that, I just want to probably, and Ivan, you gave me a very big task. I just wanted to note something that's related to the theme of this conversation. Human rights in the context of insecurity. There are 5 things that I've noted down. I think for me, if we do this, we will stand to be at a better place. The first is there's need to exercise restraint, especially when you have the power over another person or a group of people. And this first, of course, goes to government, our legislators, and also us as people in our communities. So restraint, let people express themselves, less engage. Secondly is tolerance, which comes, of course, hand in hand with the concept of engagement. As civil society organizations in this country, we are engaging increasingly with our regulators, the NGO Bureau, the Financial Intelligence Authority, the Data Protection Office. We have these engagements constantly. The objective is to allay any fears and show that we are here to work for the common good of our country. Third is the principle of equity, issues of equality and non-discrimination, leaving no one behind. We can't underlook that. And then the last 2 for me, rule of law. If we have the law on our books, can we try as much as possible to pay attention to the fidelity of the law? And then finally, the principle of accountability and justice. That is the only way we can be able to address issues of impunity, abuse of power, and the things that bedevil our society as we see today. So for me, those are the key pillars that if we addressed, then we will be at a better place where we can advance human rights even in situations of insecurity. Thank you, Ivan.
Huge round of applause to this panel. And to yourselves, the audience, for the patience and the tenacity to listen through. Thank you, Mr. Robert Sempala. Thank you, Mr. Ivan Rugambwa. Thank you, Safina. Thank you, Mr. Anthony Masake. And thank you to Hannah, who joined us online. And thank you, Nicholas, for giving this great panel the opportunity to share their views on this very interesting and important subject of our time. I've been your host, Ivan Okuda. It's been an honor and pleasure to be part of a community of people as good and smart as yourselves, committed to this discussion. Over to you, Nicholas.
Thank you, Ivan, and thank you everyone for joining us today for these wonderful conversations at the 5th edition of the Kampala Geopolitics Conference. We're celebrating our 5th year anniversary. In the spirit of cooperation, we are back here at the Makerere University to have these critical geopolitical debates once again, and we can't thank you enough and look forward to receiving you tomorrow. We've had an excellent panel moderated by Ivan Okuda. The incredible lineup of experts has given us a very interesting perspective on the evolving landscape of human rights globally. Today, we've been able to unpack different concepts of security, political security, human security, economic security, and the different aspects that influence it. So this panel has been very critical to help us appreciate the concept of human rights and why we need to protect them and uphold them in these modern times. So as they move off the stage, I'll be taking over from your event host, Sandra Twinoburio, who has gone back to the TV studio to have our evening broadcast. You're in safe and capable hands. Once again, my name is Opolot Nicholas Akwang. I'm the program manager with the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, and this is my 4th edition of the Kampala Geopolitics Conference. Thank you. So earlier on in the morning, when the partners were speaking to the spirit of cooperation, my regional director was speaking to the essence of why we host the Kampala Geopolitics every year. And this is what he had to say. Through this conference, we want to reach more people internationally and discuss issues that affect people's lives. And I think this speaks to the reason why we are all here today. We have social problems that need to be addressed, and problems are now moving beyond geographical boundaries. So the global issues that we are faced with today are new and emerging threats. And this is why the conference is hosted every year, to help us unpack some of these
emerging contemporary issues. So for a very long time, as the French ambassador mentioned earlier, Africa has been on the receiving end of geopolitical debates. So this conference is a deliberate attempt to keep steering back the conversation to Africa and to keep having meaningful dialogue about geopolitics and how the continent can reconfigure its foreign policy agenda with the rest of the world and see that we can come together to harmonize and have cohesive societies. We are still live online. For those of you that have been following us, we've had millions of viewers across the world that have tuned in to follow the 8 panels that have taken place since morning. We've also had an NBS TV broadcast. Our live stream has been on YouTube through the CAS Uganda official pages, the Kampala Geopolitics official live stream, on Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook. And I urge you to continue following these conversations tomorrow as we embark on the second agenda of the Kampala Geopolitics Conference. We will have a training session towards close of the evening, which is organized by the French Embassy. So for those of you that are interested and still have some energy left, I would encourage you to go in the room adjacent, just across the booth, where we shall be having the training from where you had your lunch from. So the morning panels that we hosted discussed the subject or topic of Ukraine, and we had an exciting lineup of speakers who discussed the geopolitical implications of the war and what this means for Africa. So the key theme that came out was how Africa needs to articulate its foreign policy agenda and also build capacity for energy and food security. That was the main underlying takeaway from that session. We also had a discussion on sustainable global health and how to build partnerships. And one of the global templates that was discussed recently was the pandemic and how we were able to overcome that together. So the panel of experts who have experience in managing pandemics and building strong linkages for global health shared with us the key ingredients that we need for building sustainable global health partnerships, and how we need to remove the barriers for access to global health and look beyond the borders that continue to impede progress on global health. We had a panel on culture and creative industries, and this panel discussed why Africa needs to reposition itself on the global map in terms of the creative and cultural industries, and looking into new approaches of ways to unlock the creative potential that the continent has. So one of the key things that we're seeing coming out today is that, one, Africa is still back on the negotiating table for foreign policy, and that we are at the cusp of a new era. So we are starting to see that countries are reshaping how multilateral relations are forming, and we are seeing a new scramble. A new global order is forming, and this is why it's critical for us to have conversations at the Kampala Geopolitics Conference. We had a stimulating performance from the Batwa culture community, which I think was a much needed break after the intense conversations which were hosted in the morning. And we look forward to having more tomorrow when you come and join us. So I'll close this conversation today and the program which we've had since morning with a quote from Professor Christian Happy, who was on the panel for Sustainable Global Health Partnerships. He says, Africa has depended on the world for diagnostics, vaccines, and research. We need to cap the brain drain and invest more in coordinated African research to facilitate self-reliance in the health sector of Africa. And he leaves this with a question: is global health defined by physical boundaries? And I think this speaks to all the panels that we've hosted since morning, looking at global problems beyond the boundaries that still remain artificial to us. I thank you all and look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And keep following the conversations online. The hashtag for the Kampala Geopolitics Conference is KGC22, and Kampala Geopolitics itself, hashtag. Thank you and have a wonderful evening. Your host or acting host, Opolod Nicholas Akwang. See you again tomorrow.